Oh, look at that. I'm alive. What's up? I have no idea if this is working or not, so this is certainly a test. Put this on Facebook real quick. If anyone can see this, definitely, oh my god, look at that. It actually works. People are cool. Nifty. I'm just going to put this on Facebook real quick and we'll start. Alright, neat. Well, I guess we'll just let this run and see what happens. Can you actually hear me? Audio good and all that crap? See if this link works. Yeah, link works. Okay, cool. Alright. Let's go to the background music and start this up. So, for what I'm working on right now, I've been kind of absent, like, a lot. So, yeah, it's been mostly business stuff, but right now we're putting together REM adapters. Just something to do in the background. So, I've got all the adapters soldered. Now I'm just putting them into the cases. So I can turn down the, don't want you guys to get blasted by that. Okay, good. Yeah, that's not much I can do. I kind of work in a cave, so it's going to be great. Why does this keep popping up? Okay. Try that maybe. It's going to be bright. But yeah, anyway, I figure maybe this will keep me a little more on track, maybe, or at least give you guys some content. I've been watching a lot of streams, so might as well get back to the community and stream a little myself. But yeah, we're getting really close to actually being able to ship REMs again, so I'm really excited about that. It's been a month and a half, maybe more, since I've been out of stock. So it'd be nice to get back on the grind of things. But yeah, depending on how this goes, I may or may not do this more often. But it seemed like it'd be an interesting thing to try, at least for now. I'd love to turn the camera sideways, but like I don't think you'll be able to see the desk and me. Like if I go like this, yeah, it's gonna lock it, but it's not gonna work well. This will probably look better on mobile than desktop. I don't like doing portrait mostly, but this is kind of what we got for now. Is there a way to keep the chat up? This is my first stream, by the way, so I don't know how any of this YouTube live stuff works. Yeah, Spencer asked, what have I been up to? Business. Lots and lots of business. That's really all I've been doing basically this entire year, is just making sure things are in stock. Lots of projects I've been working on, and this, that, and the other thing. Haven't been able to actually work on the Jeep much. It's been all inside, especially with the pandemic and everything. It's not really like I could go anywhere anyway. But yeah. But anyway, people that are just tuning in, building REM adapters right now. I just got a batch in Monday, so I'm doing the final preparations to get everything ready for shipping. And part of that is adapter assembly. So I've got a bunch of plastic parts here, and we're just going to run through and put these all together. And I figure in the meantime, Oh yeah, how loud is the background music? Is that too much or too little? I figured I'd play a little something, but I don't want it to be too loud. I can't really hear myself, so maybe I'll turn it down a click, see if that's any better. Alright, cool. Let's see what am I missing here. Yeah, I listen to a lot of synthwave and cyberpunk stuff in the background when I'm doing this. It just helps me get in the mood, and that's if I'm not listening to a stream or something, but I don't think I can listen to a stream like people talking and talk at the same time. Dumb question. Anything you make work with the 94 ZJ? I mean, the fan controller, the Trinity fan controller will work on just about anything. It's universal. I don't think the 94 ZJs have AW4s. Otherwise, you could use the Nifty shifter. I know there's like 1 year ZJ that uses the AW4, but otherwise not a whole lot. I'm mostly Cherokee and Comanche support driven right now, just because that's what I have. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. You get to see a day in the life of me when I'm not on my real job. I'm doing this crap all day, every day. But I can't remember the last time I've uploaded a video. It's been months, I know, but I haven't even had time to like actually try and edit things yet. It's just been working on project after project, trying to make sure they're ready and in stock. I figured this was a pretty fitting shirt today. If you've ever seen JCR Off-Road, their dumb shirt of the month. I love the stuff that they sell. This one I just had to get. It was like perfect. I think this is sometime last year. But yeah, this is what I do. Get ready for that revolution. What revolution? Jeep Legend right here. I appreciate it. I said I'd like to get back into making videos. I just haven't had time. Like the next one is supposed to be the Moab adventure, but spoiler, I don't know. It might be exciting. I only got through the first day, like the rough cut of the first day. It wasn't like the best thing in the world, but I'm sure it's better than nothing. How's the fleet? 3D printer wise? Well, the new one I'm really happy with. It's got really clean prints. The old one, it's questionable at best, but you know, for the smaller things that don't have to look pretty, it does the job. And I just got a laser printer like a couple months ago. I'm super happy with that. That thing is awesome. Really high detail. It's more water resistant. Colors look good. MT First Jeep 55. Damn. Got a Willys. That's pretty baller. People just tuning in. First stream right here. Just doing some general product assembly. You can ask some questions or just tune in and see what the hell I've been up to. I figured this is easier than trying to like upload and edit a video. I'll just answer on the fly. See what this whole streaming stuff's about. Personally, I have two XJs, a 92 and a 96. I like the older style bodies for sure. The 97 and up, I don't know. I think Chrysler got a little too round on the interiors. So I can appreciate the older style. Ever heard you look and sound like Gus Johnson? No, that's a first one. I've heard a couple people say I sound like Eric Cartman, but never heard of a Gus Johnson. I wish the comments would stay up. 93 and a 96. Only reason my 90's alive. Thank you. Yes, I am from New Jersey, P2E. License plate should give that away. Hey man, you ever get your hydrant? No. God, if you've ever seen the full video on that freaking joke of a company. They sent me the wrong RAM, so even if I wanted to try to cobble something together, I couldn't do it. It was an 8-inch and I need a 6-inch. So I kind of just gave up on that. You should hit the trails with Tyler. Tyler from New Jersey or Tyler from Bleepin' Jeep? Yeah, I've seen it all. Yeah. Oh man, I haven't even bothered trying to return that that kit. I really should, for how expensive it was, but it's just not worth trying to talk to those people anymore. What a joke. Oh, Fort Dix. Yeah, that's like I think 2 hours north of me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have to go wheeling someday. Like, well, my Jeep's not really wheeling capable right now. The front axle's still busted from my Moab trip. I still haven't gotten around to fixing that. Seriously, is there a way to keep the chat on at all times? Hopefully that stays. Yeah, PSC, I could definitely see that being a better choice. Especially for how much I paid, I might as well have gone with that. Come on. Let's stay. Again, I'm doing this mobile, so I don't know how good this is going to be. Can I just, like, scroll and hold it? Iron Man track bar. Oh, very nice. Is it worth the wait? Yeah, I mean, the track bar that I got from them is decently beefy. Like, I can't really complain. I mean, you guys saw the video I posted on replacing the one bushing that was kind of shot back when I was trying to chase down my my freaking death wobble. Got through a lot and found out that the main cause was actually the ball joint, surprisingly. Always enjoy your videos. Thank you. I appreciate it. I always like to put a little comedy spin on them and have a little fun with them. I just haven't had the time to put any more content up lately. That and I haven't actually worked on the Jeep lately. Like, it's kind of been just... I only recently even drove it, and that was just down the road to go drop off some stuff for my dad. So I'm surprised it still starts. The driver's side caliper was a little locked up, and the pad started to smoke, so that was a fun experience. Steering box. Oh, you got the steering box brace. Alright, yeah, I've heard a lot of good things about those. They're ridiculously beefy. They stiffen up the whole front end, and they center around the pitman arm. Yeah, that looks like an awesome upgrade, especially if you don't have like a full wraparound bumper. Like, at least mine wraps around, so I got a little bit of rigidity, but yeah, if I had some fun money, that'd be a neat one to get. Yeah, for alignment, that's about what I do, is like an 1/8 inch to a 1/4 inch. It also depends on how big a tire size you have. Like, if you have stock tires, doing the tape measure alignment, you'll use technically less toe. It's the same angle, it's just when you measure it like that, it's the geometry and stuff. Yeah, that can play a big part. Yeah. Yeah, for stock, I'd say an 1/8 inch is probably better. You probably can't actually see what I'm doing here, but yeah, that's the fun part of 3D printing things, is they take a little bit of cleanup after the fact. Get this damn thing to stay. Is that better? I'm gonna move over a bit. Okay. So when these print out, I have different things to actually clean these up and make sure they actually fit the way they're supposed to. It takes a little bit of post-processing to get all the little bits off. Yes, that is a GPU box back there. It is a 2070 Super. I just recently built a new gaming computer because I got into VR back when the pandemic first started. I figured if I'm going to be stuck home, I might as well have some fun with it. Got into Half-Life Alyx and Beat Saber and all that stuff. Oh my god, that is a blast. I love that stuff so much. So yeah, if you're ever into VR, that's a good time right there. I don't know if I think of this mix then. Let's see if we can find some better background noise. GPU, yep. I wouldn't say I'm a PC gamer. I've never really been a PC gamer. Like, maybe back in the day before I got into consoles, or at least back when consoles didn't have multiplayer. But yeah, I'd consider myself a PC VR gamer. Since the desktop isn't in my main setup, I don't actually use it that often. Let's see, what could we put here? Maybe some Pandora? A little rock in the background. Let's see what we got. Also playing on PC, haven't gotten to VR though. Yeah, that's usually what the big thing is FPS. Like if I was into Counter-Strike or, you know, if I still enjoyed Call of Duty, I'd probably be playing that. But yeah, I kind of lost interest in that after a while. What could we play for you guys? Let's try this one, see if this is good. There we go. Get this down. I'm not trying to blind you guys constantly. I just have to keep looking at the phone here. PC. Oh, okay. Yeah. Alright, so hopefully that's like not super loud. It might be because you're between me and the speaker. That and trying to fight over the 3D printer as well. I'm sure it's just a ridiculous mix of audio right now. But yeah, this is what we do. The damn thing shot. I'd have to get a proper webcam because the one on my laptop's not wide enough to catch everything. If I decide to actually continue streaming. This is kind of just like a test, just to see if it'd be any fun to interact with viewers and stuff like that. It's my kind of style. It's very, very easy, you know? It doesn't take a lot of effort. Just turn the camera on and go to town. Something to put in the background or whatever it is you're doing. Let's see, feeling we're at 4.0 curious, but what do you think about the popular engine swaps? TDI? As far as engine swaps, like diesel swaps seem cool. I just haven't really had the time to research into them. Like I dig the fuel economy and all that, but you can't rev them as fast. Like a lot of the earlier diesel swaps that I'd see is, you know, they would struggle trying to get up a hill or whatever because they couldn't get the speed out of them. Like, yeah, you got the torque to pull a house down, but sometimes you need a little get up and go with them too. But I don't know, that TDI seems kind of neat. What else we got? War Thunder. Is that like a PC game or something? I don't know too much about the PC game market. I said I barely use Steam as it is. Mostly because my main computer's a Mac, so good luck trying to get gaming support, and even if it did, it's not that great performance. Anyone ever tell you you sound like Isaac Brock? No, that's another new one. We've got two of those now. I gotta look up Gus Johnson now and Isaac Brock. Yeah, everyone likes the LS swap, but, you know, what's the fun in that? See how many ponies we can squeeze out of a Jeep 4.0. Oh, free tank simulator, okay. Yeah, I didn't really get into that much. Like, I know World of Tanks was getting pushed really hard for a while, but I haven't, I never really got into that. Like, tanks are cool as, like, a side thing, like in Battlefield. If you can, like, get in tanks and drive around, that's a lot of fun. Oh my god, I can mess some people up in a tank, dude. That is deadly. But, straight up tanks, I don't know. It feels like Grand Tank Auto, like you could get out and steal other people's tanks, maybe. Yeah. In case you're ever curious what happens behind the scenes, this is what happens. We start out with little circuit boards. I put all the little stupid pieces on here. Have to solder them in with these pins. And then the 3D printer poops out these little cases, little holes in the bottom, and we just press them together. It's a press fit. I gotta make sure the bottom holes are clean because sometimes they're not the right size. I've dialed in the printer so they're a lot cleaner than they used to be. But that's a big thing, is one, making sure that the file is actually made properly. So that's fun, sitting there and tweaking it for hours, printing one, testing it, that doesn't fit, try again. Then the second part is actually wrestling with the printer and the slicer program to make sure that the file that you want actually comes out the way it's supposed to. Making sure the clearances are good, not too loose, not too tight. Making sure the printer's not stringing on you. Like, they're a real hassle sometimes, but once you get it dialed in, you can pretty much just push the button and go. It's just a lot of initial time investment to get it right. It ain't easy, but like they say, if it was easy, it would have been done before, right? Once we're done with these adapters, I might make some of the other style. I've got 2 different style adapters to build. I can mess around with the REMs. The batch that I got, the check engine light LED was wrong. I don't know how they messed that up, because you send them what's called a bill of materials, and it's got a part number for every exact part it needs. So I don't know how they got the wrong size and wrong part number on that, but at this point I'm just happy to have some product in my hands. It's been a month and a half since I've had things. It's the biggest delay when you're doing these. The pandemic and everything, it's been slowing things down even more than usual. So I'm trying to get 200 of these things built just right and in time, and it's a process. This is definitely like borderline full-time job investment at this point. So, oh well, it's fun for now. It gives me something to do. I can never say I don't have anything to do. But considering that YouTube's kind of like a part-time job with how much time investment it takes, that's why it's been put on hold. I don't have the time to be able to film, mess around on Jeep, and edit it and put it together, as well as all the background work that it takes to run the business and build all these projects. 2020 has been really big, like R&D. Constantly fixing bug after bug and just kind of getting by the skin of my teeth. Not really any free time for anything unless I just stop and take a break. My idea of a vacation is basically just taking a night off to drink and watch a movie or something, or fuck around in VR for a few hours. Usually the business hours are like, I don't know, I can usually start concentrating around 11 or 12. And that'll run from like 4 till 5 in the morning. So that's when I get the business stuff done. Alright, so I'm actually out of adapter cases, so that's cool. Just gonna slide the lids on. That's the really fun thing. Multiple parts for every single piece I sell, so now that they're all pressed together, we slide the lids on. And now we got a full adapter, wowee. Nifty. At least they fit. The worst part is when you print them all out and find out you got something wrong. You gotta go through and do it all over again. Yeah, I don't know how to talk forever and ever, so if you guys have questions or just stuff you want to talk about, let me know. Do you catch a lot of crap for not conforming to the norm YouTuber persona? Yeah, so that's always been a motto of mine. A lot of people, like, if you go back to my early videos, you'll see a lot of people complain about the length of my nails, and, like, looking back at them now, I can kind of see why. You know, when you're a teenager, you're rebellious, you don't want to listen to what anyone has to say. But yeah, besides that, it's always, oh, paint your nails or cut your nails, or oh, that's so disgusting. And then you get like the really like Christian people, or, you know, the really uptight folks that are like, oh, you shouldn't curse and you shouldn't, you know, say the Lord's name and all that crap. I'm like, I don't care, man. Like, I'm doing this for fun. I'm doing this for me. So, I like that he talks. Yeah, exactly. Like, you know, I'm not trying to put up a fake persona or anything. This is just like me working on a Jeep and, you know, basically just inviting you to hang out with me for the most part. If you don't like it, go somewhere else. Like I always say, like if you don't like my content, there's always Bleep and Jeep or anyone else. He's very family friendly, but you know that's his full-time job. He's trying to like cater to the largest audience possible. So I'm more of like a side channel, like you know, have fun with what you get, and if you don't like it, that's I don't really mind. Like I'm not begging for viewers. Watch me or don't watch me. You know. Yeah, you see that a lot. Like, it is what it is. Like, I can understand for some people that'll creep them out, but, you know, I wasn't ever a finger model, you know? So, I don't know what to tell you. If that's like, if you can't focus on the video because of that, like, I can't help you. But yeah, and then like the other thing I always get on people about that, you'll hear people bitch about like, oh man, you got lady fingers, and your nails are too long, like and then those would be the same people that are like, oh, I can't pick a penny off the ground, or I can't open this case, or you know, I got little fucking potato like nubs, like you know, it's part of your body, you know, you might as well use it. I see them more as like a tool, like I don't let them grow out long anymore, because yeah, it is a little creepy and disgusting, but they are useful. Most popular video. Yeah, like now every time like I start a video, I gotta look and say, all right, are my hands pretty enough for YouTube? Like Jesus, I'm working on Jeeps here, dude. Not like you know showing off my latest fashion line. Yeah, yeah. You know, if you're not swearing, you're not a real mechanic. I don't smoke, so I guess I gotta make up for it with more cursing. But yeah, I can agree. Bleeping Jeep has changed a lot. Like I used to watch his content a lot. I don't much anymore, just because like it's hard to do the same thing over and over again year after year. You know, like the content starts to get dry. Like I ran into the same problem even like last year. I started running out of things to do on my Jeep. You know, there's only so many things you can do, but before it starts getting tacky or they're just like goofy add-ons. Like the way I build my Jeep is I'll drive it and see what doesn't work and then fix that problem. So if there aren't any problems, there's nothing to fix, but it's a Jeep, so there's always problems. Okay. Oh man. Okay. Good. First time trying YouTube streaming, so my bad if this isn't very smooth. Let's see here. Jeeps in the family all my life. Never knew a work session. Just trying to get the previous. Yeah, I feel that. Previous owner problems, man. That's how my whole Jeep started. You know, he tried to sell it to me with a frickin' coolant leak. So it was full of stop leak. That was a fun thing to undo. That and the radio wiring. What a mess that was. But yeah. Yeah, I feel on Bleeping Jeep, like, again, he's got to do that full time, so, like, I feel bad for him. He's gone through a lot of different guests and, like, co-hosts, so it's hard to try to align your, what would you call that, your content lineup with other people, because you're relying on other people to keep your channel afloat, so you got to find the right folks. Like, you got to be dedicated, you got to have a lot of free time, and you got to know how to use cameras, how to edit, how to be interesting, how to teach. Like, there's a lot that goes into, you know, making YouTube videos. You know, anytime someone says they don't like my content, I always challenge them. I'm like, all right, make one better. Like, see how hard it is. You'd be surprised how much work it takes to make even, like, a silly video. But, yeah. For what you guys can see or can't see, this is the 3D printer over here, so we just got ourselves a case that popped out. I've been working the last 3 days to try to make these damn things fit properly and look nice. So I didn't actually release the pictures yet, but we're going to make them look a little prettier. You probably can't tell right now, but there's some red text coloration on there. So it pops out a little better from before, where it was just kind of like, it was indented. But you can see like right now that kind of looks like crap, and I'll show you how I fix that. So I have a workstation here. It's a hot air gun basically, and it gets super hot. But what we do is we just gently melt the surface, and we'll get the black back. Like you may have seen that, like people do this on fenders. Sorry, I'm so shaky. I don't know if this is showing up well, but you can kind of see it just like come to life. It like melts the glue that's on the print bed so that they look nicer. But yeah, I'm gonna start doing this on most of the products I ship now, because it'll make them look cleaner. So it's all about the little extra bits you do there. So now if you can see, it looks a little better. I can't really get a good angle here, but I figured it'd be a little nicer than just plain black. I'm still trying to adjust the printer settings so it looks nicer. Alright, let's see. I feel like I missed out some things here. Had a 4.0 vac system and a 2.5. Oh no! Oh jeez. Yeah, that's not fun. The 2.5 system is such an oddball. Like, nobody knows how to work on them. Like, even I can't help people sometimes because it's so hard to find info. Redo the wiring for the fuel pump. Previous owner had the power wire spliced into the radio. No! Oh my god, that is incredible. Yeah, especially when people don't know what they're doing and they think they know how to fix a problem. Oh god, that's messy. What printer are you rolling? So this is a Quiddy Tech 1. It's like a knockoff of a knockoff, but they work really well. So it's fully enclosed. There's a door. It's got a heated print bed. It is a dual extruder, so I can print 2 colors at once. I don't know how well this actually looks, but there's two color rolls back there, black and red. And I'll actually take you over to the other printer. That one just printed. So here's the original one over here. You'll actually notice there is a tube. It's actually an exhaust fan to take all the 3D printer smell outside, because I don't feel like breathing in these fumes all day. So I don't know if I can do this one-handed, but yeah, this is what they look like. I just worked on this one, so I'm hoping and praying that this print actually came out right, because the first one was a mess. So we've got support material here that actually holds up parts that don't print on the bed. So that actually looks really good compared to the first one I tried to print, which it did not stick at all for some reason. And it looks really gross. You can actually see through it. So that's another thing, is tuning to make sure that the all the support material works. But that actually looks really nice. So we're going to print another one. Down here, start that up. Okay, you can see some doors, some other stuff I've been printing out. Oh, all right, let's see what we got. What you got there? All right, what did I miss? Chat, please. Okay. Previous owner welded all thread under the Jeep to replace her shock bolts. Nice. Yeah, I could see that having a problem. Are you having issues with moisture, other stuff getting into the engine bay portion of the TFC? So I have not, surprisingly. Mine just mounted right on the fender, like, but it stayed relatively clean. But there was a guy that mentioned that he washed his engine bay and it started freaking out. So I tried it. I just completely drenched it in water, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a problem. So now when I do them, I actually put it's a conformal coating on the circuit board, so it kind of covers it and makes it a little more water resistant. But I'm still trying to work out a better adapter. Like, I don't have a good way to make them much better. That's something I'll have to look into. I have one of your OG REM boxes from like run 2 or 3. Oh my god. Yeah, that's way back in the day, man. One of the REMs, they're like the REM Plus. I'm pretty impressed that some of those are still kicking around. I love that. It's great to hear. Corrosion X on mine. Yeah, I've been trying to look into something that's a little thicker, because the stuff that I use now is really thin, and I don't know if I'm super happy with it. But let's see, what was that called? Corrosion X? I really wish the chat would stay on all the time. This is so annoying. Corrosion X. I started putting hot glue on the actual jack pins because I figured that was one of the main areas that I would try to protect because it's like the most susceptible. Everything else underneath isn't too bad. Kills rust and corrosion. Safe on electronics. Huh. Okay, so it's kind of like a spray, but like a fluid film kind of thing. The one that I have, it's supposed to be like a permanent, like it'll dry and really keep it more more protected. I forget what it's called, but it's like the fumes are pretty bad. Come on, chat. How do you? Didn't dry. Yeah, like I said, it looks like it's a spray. Nighthawk, yeah. But yeah, if I can figure out something better for the TFC, that would be lovely. That'll be going through a redesign probably at the end of the year. It's kind of at the end of a lot of things because I'm starting to run low on the parts for the initial run that I started 2 years ago. So that was only like 50 boards. So it's been lasting me a while. It's been like a slow, very slow build, but I'm kind of over assembling those. It's a pain in the ass trying to put all that surface mount crap together. So I'll probably be ordering like a small batch from that soon. So I gotta order more TFCs, I gotta order more Nifty shifters. Someone on Facebook shared one of the Nifty shifters that they got, and it blew up. So now I got like another 6 orders I gotta get out on top of all the REM stuff. So again, it's been a mess. Right now I'm trying to pick all the little crap off the bed. The new slicer that I use, it puts like a ring around your part, but it's a really hard thing to pick off the bed. So I'm just trying to get what I can and leave the rest. Okay, anyway, where did that case go? Let's see if this thing actually fits. I should really get a shop light so I can see what the heck I'm doing. Okay, so now the best part. Let's see if that case fits. The last one I printed was really tight. I'm trying to adjust them so that they fit a little better. Yeah, this is the magic behind the scenes, actually developing products. You'd be surprised how much time that takes, even for simple stuff, man. Like yesterday or a couple days ago, I was developing just a simple case for like a really old product. This was the Nifty shifter, like the original Pro screen. Someone wanted a case, so it probably took me like 4 or 5 revisions to get it to fit properly. Because like everything slides together and kind of clips into place. I don't use hardware, so the tolerances have to be just right. Also, these are just a pain in the butt in general. The glass is super fragile, so you got to make sure that you're not putting any pressure on the corners. But yeah, I got entire boxes full of like test prints that just didn't work. I don't know what to do with them, and there's like leftover bags of stuff. Like this is 3D printer waste basically, just old strings and supports and stuff. I don't know what the heck to do with it. It just sits in a bag. Anyway, let's see if this new case fits. It actually looks really clean now that I got the slicer dialed in a bit. So let's hope a clean print means a clean fit. Well, one side fits, but the other side does not. Why not? That's not half bad. I might just start running that because I need to start getting cases out. But there you go. That's what it looks like. It's your first look at some new tech. Still not entirely sure what I think of the text. It doesn't pop as much as I've been hoping for, but it's really hard to get that to print well. So I don't know. I might just start sending them out. Not good enough. But yeah. Cool. That's an REM and that's an adapter, so that's pretty much everything. Yeah, I'll print another one. It would be good enough. The other thing is trying to adjust the bed so it's actually on tight enough that the clearance on that is really touchy. Alright, it's getting a little hot in here. I'll be right back. "17 viewers first try though, that's not half bad." We'll also see how long this battery lasts. And I'm at like 25%, so we'll see what happens. So what should we do? More REMs or more adapters? We should probably get REMs ready. So much to work on. Yep, if you guys got any questions or any comments or anything, let me know. Give me something to talk about. I'll try and talk, otherwise might be a little quiet. Let's start working on some REMs, show you that stuff. Yep. So this is what they look like when they come in, all bundled up nice and pretty. So I've never actually been able to order a batch that was 100% perfect. There's always been something wrong with the damn things. So I'd love to just be able to take them out of the package and send them off, but haven't been that lucky yet. But hopefully, I let the company know because they sent me most of the batch, but there was a few they couldn't get done in time. So I told them just send what you got. So hopefully they can fix the LED issue because that's really annoying. Because it's like it's really tight to try to fix that. So a bit annoying. That and they got the header pins upside down, so that doesn't fit in the case. Usually the long end's supposed to be pointing up. But, you know, it's a new company I'm trying out. They're actually in the US, so that was the big reason I wanted to try them in the first place. Because I have to order some custom parts, and sending that much stuff overseas is not something I enjoy doing at all. So hopefully these guys, they had competitive pricing. And it looks like they've got pretty competitive quality. I just wish they would have sent me like a test product or some pictures to make sure it's actually you know, proper. So I gave them some tips about what other companies do that I like a lot, because they're in the middle of like moving. Because apparently out in California fires are really common and their last shop burnt down. So they've been trying to get their like a new place up and running. So I don't know if they're going through a temporary shop or like if it's a friend shop or something, but yeah. And again, middle of the pandemic, so that's always fun to try and get things moved around with all those delays. What a pain in the ass that is. Oh, he was a cool guy. He's very responsive. I mean, apparently in his new location, UPS was being really slow, and they're just delay after delay. So he was trying to give me estimates, and UPS wasn't even like getting there on time. So that was kind of slowing everything down too. So I can't fully blame him on that. Where can we put these? I need to find a better spot to put all my things. I need more boxes. It'd be nice to see all the people that are in here, if there's like, if new people are in or how this works. Actually, I wonder if I can bring you up on the desktop. If that would be easier to watch. Oh wow, look at that. A little live notification pops up. That's kind of neat. So... Wait, are the comments being hidden this whole time? I swear to God, YouTube. Come on. Freaking... Ugh. Okay. Oh, it's not... Oh, it stopped scrolling. Oh my God, I feel like I've been missing so many people. Jesus, I'm so sorry. Okay. Okay, turn that down a little. Alright, so to actually get back to what people were saying then. I feel like Louis Rochman has mentioned some stuff on his channel. Yeah, I used to watch Louis a lot. I got really big into him sometime last year. Like, he started blowing up in popularity. And I loved his humor. He was really funny to listen to. I'm going to actually try and watch this on the desktop, see if that's any easier. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Louis is a real character, man. He's great. The fact that he'll drink on stream, he'll just take a swig of vodka when he needs to. Like, it's his business, you know? He can do what he wants. Like, I love that. And especially all the trash that he talks on Apple. Because, like, I like Apple computers, but I know they're overpriced. And I know that, you know, they're definitely not the best. It's just, I like the operating system too much. I hate Windows with a passion. All the frickin' driver issues and, you know, just how much time you spend messing around with getting it working. With a Mac, you just turn it on and the damn thing works, so you can actually get to what you want to do. The Windows, you're always fucking around with drivers and updates and making sure everything's in check and trying to kill all the background tasks. It's just, ugh. Not a fan. Alright, let's see here. I have a pen of the good stuff. Why you always update your Jefferson asked why I always update my Facebook page at 2 to 3 a.m. Because that is when I do my best work. Because when the sun is out, I cannot concentrate. I feel like I should be outside, or, you know, be a part of, you know, society. I can't focus. So once the sun goes down, and after I've eaten dinner, and I'll probably take like a midnight nap or something, then I'm refreshed and I can start the business. Like, this is basically my second job. From, like, I'd say midnight to probably 4 or 5 in the morning is when I get all this stuff done. It's when I do the assembly, coding, you know, shipment, just anything business related. No one bothers me, not a care in the world. It's dark outside, so there's nothing to do out there. It's the perfect time for that stuff, really. So yeah, usually around like 3 a.m. is when I finally finished what I was doing, and I'll report on it before I'm too tired to stay up any longer. Let's see, we got a conformal coding suggestion here. Let's see what that is. Oh, it's actually on his website. That's cool. It's not bad. $6. I wonder how easy it is to apply, because I think the stuff he does, he just puts it on like small things when he's fixing it. But yeah, insulate jumpers and things like that. It cures via UV light. Okay. That would probably be a pain in the butt to try to install. I would need something that goes on a little easier. I think that's more for like after you repair a circuit board, you put that on there. But that's cool. Let's see. Any clue what would cause the blue portion of my REM display to give up? So, Sinister, do you have one of the older ones, like an REM Plus, specifically? Because if it's an REM Plus, the clock module was actually, the pins were placed too close, to the LCD backlight. So if you push on the case, it'll glow really bright and then probably burn out because it's getting sent direct 5 volts instead of going through the resistor like it's supposed to. So that was kind of a design goof. In later versions, I started putting tape to isolate it. So you probably had an earlier one. But yeah, that would be my guess, especially if it doesn't work anymore. The only fix for that is really replacing the screen, and that would be kind of a pain in the butt. California, wow, okay, I'm really far back, I'm sorry. California fires, real deal. Oh, jeez. Yeah, that doesn't sound like fun. Like, Cali sounds neat, but when you pair that with all the forest fires and the droughts and the earthquakes and everything, it's like, is that really worth the nice weather on the palm trees for the 99% of the time? I guess for most people, apparently still, yeah. I would like to visit sometime, see what that Rubicon Trail's all about. Don't know if my comment went through earlier. Thanks for your help. Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I'm glad that my stuff actually helps you out. Okay, REM 2 Plus, really? If the blue went out on the newer ones, they have proper drivers and everything, but do you know what version it is? You know, like if you look on the back, it'll actually tell you what version board you have. If it's like a 5.1 or 2 or 3. The first ones that I built, just the straight V5, I don't think I did a great job assembling because this stuff is too tiny for me to build. But yeah, it could be that the chip, like the pins on the chip, need to be reflowed, or maybe the resistors being goofy or something. Like that's a hard debug. You could break out like a multimeter and see if you're getting voltage to the pin, because that'd be the first thing to check. You turn blue on and see if the pin's outputting the 3 volts, and then if it's making it through the LED driver, and then to the resistor, and then to the LED. It's a kind of complicated circuit, but I wanted to make sure the LEDs were properly driven to full power before I'd run them right off the chip, and they weren't as bright. V5.2. Okay, so no, they were assembled by like a factory then. Yeah, that's a tough call then. Yeah, you'd have to check. I forget which one the blue is, if it's the one on the end or not, but yeah, all the driver stuff is right on the top here, so you could check to see if it's getting voltage. Yeah, if you like message me on my Facebook page, I can start sending you like diagrams and stuff to check if you want to see. But yeah, there's always some goofy thing to check out with these damn things. And yeah, I feel you on the humidity. Jersey, it's not bad, but it depends where you are. Since we're like on the shore, that helps a lot. Like if you go over the bridge to like the shore towns, oh my god, it is beautiful. I see why everyone goes to the beach. You cross over the bridge and it feels so much better. But yeah, and like the main summer, like right now, it's like 70% humidity, so it's kind of muggy outside. Like it's warm outside, but inside it feels really hot. So you really got to crank the air conditioner. Not as bad as Florida. Oh my god, fuck Florida. It's like a swamp out there. I don't see the appeal of Florida, man. Like, unless you really enjoy the heat, but I'm not a beach person. I don't like roasting like a marshmallow. It's not my idea of a good time. Check the battery here. How are we looking? 19%. We still got some time. Yeah, we're getting closer on the REMs. I finally have them in my hand. Thank God. I'm testing the cases now, and I think I got one I'm happy with. So now that the cases are done, I'm waiting for the printers to actually print them out. I'm doing some last-minute revisions because the assembler got a couple little things goofed. Building the adapters, I got a decent amount of adapters. After that, so once these are clipped, I have to upload the code, make sure they actually work. That's another fun thing, is testing them after I get them, make sure they actually work right. Uploading the code and all that. Ugh. Visited Washington, D.C. several years ago during the summer. I wanted to get back on the airplane. Yeah, I don't blame you. I haven't gone too far into like Delaware or Maryland or anything like that, but yeah, I could not imagine wanting to be out there. What YouTubers, what genre have you been watching lately? So, I'll just go over like genres in general. I've gotten really big into computer genre lately because I got into VR a couple months ago, and I had to build a new system because I used to build systems all the time, but I stopped PC gaming. I just got an Xbox and said, screw it, it's good enough for me. But yeah, now that I'm into PC building, I've been watching a butt ton of Gamers Nexus. So they do like really in-depth reviews on like, you know, any hardware component you could think of, lots of graphs, benchmarking, stuff like that. So I'll pour through those to see what they think of products before I get it, or how I should build my computer differently, or what to buy or what not to buy. Um, let's see. Besides that, like for more like fun stuff, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of Michael Reeves before. He used to do like a lot of like nerdy robot stuff. Like he's like a little Filipino kid that like just does the dumbest stuff. But so he got into a streamer house in Los Angeles. They were called Offline TV, and they're really funny. So I watched the crap out of them. That's been my latest binge is Offline TV. They have like a podcast now. They have clips. They all stream on Twitch, so I've been watching a lot of Twitch like in the background. Especially doing stuff like this, I need background something to keep me from going nuts. So yeah, I've been doing a lot of Twitch. Um, yeah, I think that's about it. Like, just really whatever comes up. Let's see. Hey, just talked to you on Club XJ about the shifter. Awesome, Luke. Yeah, I do have some shifters right here. So they are getting built. These things are a little time consuming, but I'm trying to work them down. Having to cut out the factory adapters to fit because I can't get them in the right keyway, so I have to drill them out. I have to cut all these wires, crimp them all, put them all together, print out the cases. These take a lot of time to build. And it was kind of a bad time to get busy because I just got the REMs in stock, so I'm trying to get them out, and then people want shifters, and I'm going a little nuts, so I'm trying to stay on top of it all. But yeah, we'll be getting that out soon. I actually just got the displays done, so now they auto dim. If you check my Facebook page, I talk about them a little, but yeah. So now they got a little dimmer right there, so they'll get brighter or darker. This is the push button variety. I don't like them as much as the toggle personally, but I know some people that do enjoy these. But yeah, they're a little labor intensive to build. What else we got? I guess I can help you with the 2.5 YJ 5-speed. Yeah, the YJs are interesting. The 2.5 YJ is the only thing that my REM supports because the 2.5 liter actually overlapped with them. Because when they moved to the 6-cylinder, they got the 4.2, and those were carbureted. So they don't really have a computer to run them. Is Felpro heavy-duty head gasket the best? I haven't actually had to look through that in a while, but I do enjoy Felpro. I haven't heard of their heavy-duty series of head gaskets, but I think that's what I'm running. But I also haven't had any warped issues with mine. You should partner with Rich Rebuilds and shoehorn a Tesla drive. Oh my God! Could you imagine electrical? Oh man, that would be interesting to see like how waterproof all that stuff is. But having that instant torque, oh my God! Could you imagine like taking off on one of those things? Finally get a Jeep to do a quarter mile in under 10 seconds. Fastest brick in the universe. Sinster, Pokecross. Yeah, like I can kind of see it. Like she's sort of cute, but I don't know. I enjoy listening to all of them. Like actually, because I started with Michael, I got into Lily, Pichu, and then just kind of learn the whole rest of them. But yeah, oh my God, they're funny as hell, dude. Fed and all the dumb stuff he does on his live streams. But yeah, dude. Offline TV is some good stuff. Adam Savage's Tested. If you have hours to kill, definitely long-winded. I've watched a few of those things. Yeah. Like when he got the robot dog and he was running that around, or like some of his one-day builds. I like watching those occasionally. Those are pretty cool. Mine is the TDI from '89. Yeah, if you're a 2.5 liter, all the 2.5 liters should be throttle body injected for Renex. Unless you got some like really weird like in between something or other. But yeah. Alright, what do we got? So we clipped them, we still have to do the LEDs, but I guess we could run some test programs, show you what that looks like. So I actually wrote a custom Arduino code that tests all the inputs, because there's no point in going through all the crap if they don't work properly. So, hop into Arduino. What we got here? REM test program. Okay, so we upload that. Now the other fun part is when I get these bootloaders, they don't come, like they don't work right off the bat. So we gotta push this button and hope that it works. So then we get the test program, we get LED, we get red, we get blue, we get green. Then we test the buttons. So that's really bright, but we'll test all the buttons, make sure that the buttons check out. So each button works. Move on to the next one. We check the light sensor works. We check the data lines work. So this one actually checks out, so we can actually upload a unit, a model number. So every one of these gets their own model number, so you can see exactly which one you got from me. So we go to Renix unit update here on unit 649. So we will upload that. And then that's another test program that comes up. So this is what saves the time. So now we have the time, our model number, and I have a test program on here that blinks like a specific pattern. So I can adjust the LCD contrast so they look really good. That's one of the other final things I do when I ship these out. Lots of little things. Let's see, YJ 87 2.5. Yep, yeah, all the 2.5 liters, especially with the YJs, the throttle body injection. It's definitely interesting. Long term, how much of a difference did your 12-hole fuel injectors actually make? So it's kind of hard to judge because after like the first 2 weeks or so, you kind of forget what the old ones were like. But I still enjoy them. They work well for my stroker. I don't know if I'd recommend that exact brand for stock Renix, but for mine, I'm pretty happy with them. I don't know if the fuel economy got any better. It probably just the computer had to adjust, and now that it's adjusted, it's probably about back to what it was. When was the last year for Renix? So the last year is 90. In 91, they switched to HO. There might be some weird in-between years where like there's parts of one and the other, but generally 1986 to 1990. That was the last year of the OGs. We need some clock batteries. So welcome to my product organization. So every single thing that I sell, I put all the crap into one box so I can pick up the box and go, okay, we're working on REMs today. So we've got a crap load of watch batteries here. So we get all these shiny bad boys. So once they pass the initial hardware test, you pop a battery in so that it actually saves the time. So that's my little seal of approval. That way it'll save the time. I hook these up to 12 volts to make sure that the contrast is good and that the voltage regulator works. So that's part of my little bench test setup. But yeah, I guess we'll leave those out. Let's see what we got. I have a feeling I'm not going to get a whole lot done. Let's see, any fun Adafruit or other products you've been playing with outside of the business? Nothing new lately. Like everything that I've gotten has pretty much already been incorporated, like the gyroscopes that they do. That is an addition. I actually just got an order of those because Adafruit was closed for like 2 or 3 months because of the pandemic. That really messed me up on TFCs. But then I found out that they sold on DigiKey. So, let's see what we got in this box here. So, yep, that right there is 10 gyroscopes to get ready for the initial order. I never know exactly how many to get because these are kind of expensive, but yep, that's some Adafruit goodness for you right there. That's the gyroscopes. Besides that, not much else. Like I got some other things hiding in that closet. Like I got one of their I2C LED bar graphs. I was thinking about incorporating them into like a shifter thing. So the idea is it would show the RPM of what your lower gear would be. So like say, you know, if you were in third gear and you wanted to shift down one, if it was in the red, you'd know that you'd over rev it if you tried to drop down a gear, or like yellow or green if you were in a safe range to drop down. That was like a kind of like a small idea I wanted to try at some point, but no time really. Let's see what we got. Messaged retract. How do you deal with the fact that Renix engines are stereotyped as lacking information or sensors to tell you when something is going wrong? Well, easy. I just I bring these little bad boys up. The REM has, I feel like, personally made the entire Renix community a lot stronger, because it gives them like a really cool tool to actually diagnose it. Because no one, if you can't fix them and everyone's just guessing, you can't really. It makes it a lot less fun to own, because you're just like, you're firing out the parts cannon until something works. But now you got this guy and you show it off and go, hey, check out this cool gizmo that tells me everything that's wrong with it. I feel like that's made the Renix better in general. I personally think that now Renix is like on par with HO, because you can run these little scanners and go, oh, hey, I have something wrong, or I can tune them, or I got a cool little gadget I can mess with. So yeah, like personally, I think the REM has brought the Renix out of the Stone Age. I'm gonna go work on my Honda Accord instead. Don't tempt me. I'll start putting wings on my Civic. But you could do something like an S-Pod, but way cheaper. Yeah. If I wanted to get into like graphical stuff like that, like an S-Pod, they're really expensive. I looked them up. They're like $700. I'm like, you gotta be nuts, man. But if you got that JK Daddy's money, like, jeez, buy it, I guess. But graphical interfaces, like all these LCDs, these are easy to work on. Trying to do like full color displays, that's a little harder. So I guess that's an Adafruit project I haven't had time to work on. When I decided to bring back the Nifty Shifter Pro, I wanted to upgrade this screen. And one of the ones I got was a 1.8 inch full color display. So we could put like anything we wanted. I just don't know how hard that is to program on. But it's neat. It's got a little SD card on the back and stuff like that. But I haven't even had time to, like test it out. It's just, that's been on the back burner. You should see my freaking to-do list, man. That thing is like several tabs long at this point. It's been a mess to keep track on. I don't think you can smog a Renix in California. So yeah, that's actually been, I've heard a lot of people have issues in California, because they'll say, oh, you don't have a check engine light, like you took your check engine light out or something like that. And people have to show the book or whatever, like, these don't have check engine lights. It's an older system. So they've had to, like, I've heard people that had to argue and like get paper fax to actually to get their Jeep to pass out there. So that might be one reason why I don't move out there. Is it REM like the band or REM like the sleep? I usually call them REM because they actually stand for something. It's Renix Engine Monitor. So I usually just call it an REM. But yeah, I do notice that a lot when I try to type in REM and the band comes up. I'm like, oh, well, that was a slightly unfortunate naming, but oh well. Does the REM give you more power? I mean, it depends. I'm getting there. I have the O2, like the wideband tuner, so you could turn the AFR up a little, or down, I guess, for more power. But when I get the map tuner figured out, oh my god, dude, we're going to be looking pretty, because you'll be able to actually tune them for the most part. I'll actually be able to get my stroker to run right, but I haven't had the time. Like, I have an entire bench ECU over here just waiting for some fun. If anyone's been keeping tabs on my Facebook page, that's where I'm posting now. Like, that's where I'm most active. It's easier to write like a post for like 45 minutes, but I can take this out and not break it. Yeah, this is the bench ECU that I got here. So someone was actually nice. I think his name was Charles. He sent me some connectors from an old wiring harness. So I got them hooked up to potentiometers. So these are all fake sensors. So we got like the coolant temp, the intake temp, the TPS, and the map. So I can tune these all manually and look at the data stream to see what comes out, and then mess with it to try and reverse engineer it. This has been ongoing for a while. I just haven't had time to really dig into this any deeper. But yeah, that's going to be a big one when I finally get that all figured out. I think I just saw he was in the chat, so yes, thank you for that. You were a lifesaver, because I did not feel like trying to source the frickin' stuff and wire it. I got everything at the palm of my hands. So yeah, you are the man. Let's see, what else we got here? Doodly-doodly-doo. The generic spot. Oh really? That's not too bad. Only $100 for the generic ones. The other ones that I've seen is the banks, the data monsters. Those look really cool. That's another one I've been binging. Banks Engineering, or the exhaust, dude. I love Gil Banks. He's so fun. The way he breaks everything down. He's like, he's just got that old man attitude, man. He knows what he's talking about, and he shows it. He's been doing that Diesel series, how to blow up a Duramax. Those are great, man. I love watching those. That's a good one if you want something to listen to. REM sleep stands for rapid eye movement. Yes, that is correct, Sean. Very nice. The idle was my only issue in Cali. Yeah, dude, Renix idle. What a pain in the... I really wish I could figure out how that works, because I can't tell you. I really don't know. But between the idle air control motor just doing whatever it wants, and adjusting the TPS to try to make it work, and up or down maybe changing what it does, I don't know what to tell you, man. That Renix idle is a mystery. That's where the band got its name. Aha. Very nice. Let's see, move to Texas. All you need to do is safety. Actually, so New Jersey, for how much of a frickin', you know, a smog state that they are, they dropped emission testing on 95 and older because they're too lazy. They don't feel like plugging in the exhaust port and all that crap anymore. So if you don't have an OBD2, they just pass you. So yeah, I don't even have to take the Jeep there anymore. I'm pretty happy about that. But I did get it to pass the last time I had to go. That was a big one. That's why I rebuilt it. It wasn't passing emissions. And they failed me the one time because it was pushing just blue smoke. Like, the emissions might have been fine, but they're like, oh, visible smoke, you're not going to get past. I'm like, oh, thanks. Let's see what we got. Facebook, tell Jefferson. 500 to RPM in manual. Fairly sure it's 900 to 1,000. My gauge doesn't have that low of a mark. Yeah, that's the other nice thing of the REM. It tells you the exact RPM, especially if your gauge is not adjusted properly. Because that is something that you can do is between the 4.0 and the 2.5, the gauge actually has to be adjusted. So the RPM reads wrong. And another fun fact, even if you do have other scanners like the MT2500, the RPM is wrong on the 2.5 liter because they got their math wrong. Because Renix is such a freaking mystery. I wonder if I can plug you guys in and, yeah, I got a low battery. I'm gonna stick with you as long as I can. I might have to put you on an angle though, you have to tilt your head. So I'm gonna fix this a little bit. Stick with me. Stick with me, Jimbo. It's not too bad. There you go. Beautiful. Okay. I have a funny question. Have you ever messed something up while putting together your car and you didn't realize till the YouTube comments smashed you? Not really, because usually, like, in order to make the video, I need to make the thing work. So if it doesn't work, like, I'll know before it's edited. The only, like, funny things I can think of are, like, so when I did the starter relay video, and I didn't find out to the end that the shifter wasn't in park. That one was kind of funny. That one got me. Unless you want to go all the way back to the beginning. Like, all the way to when I first got the Jeep and I was replacing the freeze plugs. So I didn't know what freeze plugs were. I wasn't even a mechanic. I didn't know how to work on cars, so I didn't know what anything was. So back then I kind of, like, learned as I went, but later on not so much. Let's see. I'm out. Keep up the good work. Nice talking to you, Sean. Thanks for stopping in. New Mexico is 35 years or older. Wow, so they go back farther than New Jersey. Although, like, dude, it's 2020 now. Like, that's insane. So if we go back, we'll do 2020 minus 1996. So that's already 24, 25 years. So yeah, you go 10 farther back than me. Jeez, that's rough. RIP, my OBD1 still needs the tests. Good luck with that. I'd like to make OBD1 scanners at one point, but it's a totally different interface. I don't have the time as it is, so there's no way I could work on even more currently. Maybe later. Rural California, you can smog a Renix, but in large metro, no-go on the smog. Huh. Too many people to deal with, I guess. The population's probably huge. So we get onto some more REM testing here. So I actually have a 12-volt bench setup. So I hook everything up to make sure that they actually work at least a little bit. I'd like to make the bench test a little better, like to test the data, ECU, TCU, all that crap, but It's a lot to hook up. Like back then, I used to plug every single unit into my Jeep to make sure it works, but that gets a little difficult to do after a while. So I figure as long as they pass the 12-volt test and the test program shows that it's at least reading the right direction, I figure they're usually okay. I've had relatively low failure rates on the data stream and all that. So I wonder if you can hear that 3D printer whine. I don't know what it is with this printer, but it's like a really high pitch. So right now what I'm doing is I'm adjusting the contrast so that it looks the best. That's one of the issues with this. You have to make sure that they look pretty, especially if you set them to like ludicrous mode, where the numbers update as fast as they can, or at least as fast as you can visibly watch them. The contrast has to be dialed in really well. It looks pretty good. So yeah, once they pass the contrast and we do that, then we go in here and we upload the code. So we will push that up. So it'll compile and go through all that stuff. Compiling. Okay, it'll go through. And once it updates, come on. I have to open the other program for that. Okay, programming. Okay, and there you go. So now it's running the actual program. So now it's just like an REM. It does everything you'd want it to do. So that's another one for the books. Okay. So we got here. Okay. Have you ever thought about improving your coolant filter setup, or is it plenty enough? Oh, dude, like that thing is great. That thing is like perfect. I don't have any issues with that. The coolant is so clear. Like you saw the one review video where I've tried to backflush the heater core and it was crystal clear. Like I highly recommend that. That's a necessity, especially if your system's ever been dirty. Oh my god, I love that. Put a 1-inch foam pad on your 3D printer. I have seen stuff like that where I think so that's another guy that I was watching. I think he's in Germany. I forget his name. But he does stuff like that. He tested like a big concrete, like a stone pillar that you put the printer on to take out isolation, and then under that you put foam blocks, and that's supposed to like take out a lot of the oscillations in that. But the noise you're actually hearing it's either stepper motor whine or one of the drivers underneath. I can't tell. It only does it sometimes. But I really hate the high pitched noise, so that's a pain in the ass. That was after you did the open cooling system. So, like, I actually did the open swap. Unable to charge. No. Okay, so we might be dying soon here, guys. I'll have to see if I can get a better charger. Or I could switch to the laptop, but the angle won't be as good. So unless you just want to do that. Yeah, I don't think she's going to make it. Alright, well, let's see. Is this thing getting... It's not super hot. Unless I put like a cooling fan on it. I didn't know my phone needed to be cooled. Alright, I'm going to go get a phone charger real quick and see if we can keep running this. Alright, let's see if we can swap this quick enough. Alright. Okay, we got a new adapter in. Let's see if that keeps us alive. If not, I'll just switch over on the PC. Yeah, I heard someone say they like the song. Hell yeah, dude. A Perfect Circle. Because, like, I was obsessed with Tool even when I was younger. And then I started to learn about A Perfect Circle and all that. I really like their music. And even a little bit of Pussifer. I mean, some of that stuff's kind of weird, but yeah, I love a lot of that kind of music. Let's see if that's any better. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm not set up to stream. Oh, I wonder if I turn the brightness down, if my phone will stay alive here. I might be able to do it. Okay, let's see what we got. What's your next big improvement to the XJ, if any, or do you feel like it's... so I don't know if I'd call it yeah, I guess it's an improvement, kind of. The next big one is probably going to be an aux locker in the front axle, because I hate the e-lockers. They have a really long like spin down time. That's the biggest issue. So like say you're on like the top of a trail or something and you're locked in the front, and there's like a curve. If you unlock it here, if you can't get enough forward movement to unlock the axle before you have to turn, it stays locked even though it's off. So you're trying to fight the thing while you turn. You got to sit there and back up and hope it disengages. So that's really not good, especially for a front axle. You need to be able to steer. And since I busted the gears in Moab, I gotta rip the whole thing apart anyway. So I'm probably gonna take out the e-locker and put an aux in the front when I get to it. That probably won't be until the fall or the winter, so I doubt I'm gonna be wheeling it anytime soon. It's two-wheel drive now. I got the axle shaft pulled so I can still drive it. But yeah, probably an aux locker in the front. Besides that, it's mostly electronic. If I can work on that map tuner to actually get the Jeep to drive, like to run properly, that's my biggest goal. I want to be able to start it and actually drive off and not worry about it, trying to crap its pants or run too rich or run too lean or sound like shit. Like, yeah, anytime you hear that thing start up, it sounds like a freaking tractor. It's awful. So that's the next big thing. Charger will hardly charge your phone if I'm using it. Yeah, like there's only so much current they can use. So I got an HTC here with Quick Charge 3.0. So that thing should be pushing a lot of voltage. Yeah, we're up to 5%. So that's actually enough to feed it. But the big thing is heat. So as long as my phone doesn't get too hot, we should be okay. Same. No. Okay, it died for a second. But yeah, no lunchbox. Aux locker, fully selectable. I like my things to be really nice. Like if I'm gonna, put the effort into that, I want it to work really well. I gotta have like basically the best stuff you can buy that's still affordable. So yeah, fully selectable for me. Because it's only an off-road, toy at this point. So I'm gonna take it off-road. It better be good. All right, so here's gonna be some fun. Let's see if I can take these stupid LEDs out and put the right ones in there. So I still have LEDs left over from when I used to build these, I guess the original V5 days. But yeah, HTC garbage. Oh man, you are talking to the wrong guy here. Are you ready for this? Hold on to your freaking pants. Look at that. Look at that. That is my original smartphone. That was the first smartphone I ever got. Was an HTC, I think it was a Hero or something like that. It has a freaking trackball, dude. Oh man. I only got every other one, but I've loved HTC for their sound quality. Their boom, like their dual, whatever they call it, their boom sound. Like we got the HTC, I forget what this one. It has the kickstand on there. That one's cool. They also have really good cameras, and for someone that films on their phone, cameras, man. Got this one right here. That's another HTC, back when they had their nice metal backs. Love the metal backs, dude. They were so nice. And then like the one I got now, the U12, that one is kind of garbage. They have push button, like their touch buttons. It's not a real button. They try to, it's like a squeeze sensor, so it tries to detect where your finger is if you're pushing the button. So when you try to pick it up, sometimes it turns off, or like, I hate that. That's a pain in the ass. If it had normal buttons though, I'd be a lot happier. But like here's another one. Again, the metal backs, they look so snazzy, dude. Like, they're so nice. Which one was it? This one, back when they were trying to figure out what to do with smartphones. IR sensor, dude. You can use this thing as a remote control. You can turn your TV on and off with your phone. Tell me that's not future, dude. But then they took that feature out. I'm like, what the hell? That's cool. I guess it's a gimmick, but it was a gimmick I enjoyed because I lost the remote control to my Blu-ray player. So I'm like, all right, let me just download an app. That's the future. Let's see. I wish Ox would make a true track that you could lock. So what do you mean by that? So instead of being open locked, it would be like LSD locked. That could be pretty interesting. I don't know how you do that, but I could see that being useful because sometimes I wish it was just LSD. Like I don't want to have to turn it on and off. Just give it some more power and hopefully it'll grab where it needs to. But you still have a little slippage so you don't bust a shaft if you really if you land hard on a rock or something. That would be neat. Do you have to deal with a lot of rust? Yes, dude. Oh my god. New Jersey's bad. If you look through my videos, like almost every year, you'll see, usually in the springtime, my front bumper looks like, it went through the frickin' like a salt mine or something, completely rusted out, and then like a day after, it'll be painted black. I've had to repaint my bumper, most of my armor, every year, every single year. I should really try like POR 15 and like actually seal it properly. Again, I've been too lazy. But yeah, Jersey salt, not great. Let's see, S20 plus 5G. I don't know. S20 is Samsung, right? I've never been a fan of Samsung because, like, it goes back kind of far. Like, so I don't like iPhones at all. I really hate iPhones, mostly because of the interface. Like, yes, they work, but they're so basic. You can't customize anything. Everything looks like it was designed for a 4-year-old. I really don't enjoy how iPhones work. So that's why I'm an Android guy. But Samsung, I feel like caters to the the most basic Android population. Like their stuff is basic too. The way their stuff is hidden, and some of the scummy stuff they do with their software. Like so, back when the S8s were big and they were giving them away for stuff. At one point, my mom, my dad, and my sister had S8s, Galaxy S8s, and there was either an update or a glitch or a bug or something that they got where it would show advertisements on the lock screen. When you turn your phone on the lock screen, there would be ads on the bottom. I'm like, how do you get ads on your phone's operating system? Like, that is so scummy. Like, that totally turned me off from Samsung. But yeah, like, that is just, not a fan. It's funny you have that XJ shirt. Yes, the dumb shirt of the month, man. I love these. JCR shirts are funny as hell. Let's see, Moto Z. I've heard decent things about Motorola. Like I can appreciate the ones that are more rugged, like the real rubbery ones. My buddy's got one. You can throw it at the wall and bounce around. It's really good. But the operating system kind of sucks. So like every time he tries to send a chat, like a video chat in Facebook or something, either the audio doesn't work or the video cuts out, or like he has problems with apps and stuff. So like, I don't know. I am a very hardcore HTC fanboy, but I don't like their current lineup. Like they've taken a break because they noticed their phones haven't been doing well. So hopefully they bring it back and make a good phone. I just want a good camera and good specs. That's really what I need. Is a good camera that doesn't have a glass back that breaks the first time you drop the damn thing. The metal ones, like I can't count how many times these damn things have bounced off the concrete with these beautiful like the metal rings around the whole thing. Oh my god, like this had like the tiniest little like moon crescent there, but they've been great. I dropped one of these in an oil pan. I think it was this one. Yeah, this one actually got dropped in an oil pan because it fell out of my pocket. And it actually still worked fine. The speakers might be a little blocked up, but yeah, this is the burner phone if I have to listen to music. Let's see what we got here. Hashtag adware, yeah. No, you're not kidding. Not a Samsung fan. How's the Nishimoto radiator holding up? Still good. I haven't been able to put a lot of miles on it, but yeah, so far so good. Like it's been worth the money. It's better than the eBay one, thank God. And it's got a warranty behind it, so if it ever does break, I should get a new one out of it. Let's see. Installing it, just had to warranty it. The new one came in. Oh, really? So you had to warranty yours. So I guess their warranty actually held up then. So yeah, hopefully you actually get a good one this time. So far mine's been okay. Have you ever had to deal with a rusted solid axle? Saw your video of someone's XJ and it had a hole in their axle. It made me cringe. Rusted solid axle. What do you mean by that? Like rusted how? like through a tube or something. Like I could understand surface rust, but through it? You'll have to clarify. How far are you from the New Jersey Pine Barrens? Like Wharton State Forest. I'm probably like 45 minutes away, maybe an hour. Not super far. Let's see. I'll be out there for work later this year. 2 hours away, rentals. Really, they do rentals for like the state forest? I mean, I haven't been out there in a long time because all there are it's basically long, like just driving through the forest on like sand trails. I mean, it's pretty if you just want to like look at nature, like it's neat, but it's no Roush Creek. There's no obstacles. It's just how deep of a mud hole can you go in before you completely lose your Jeep? Yeah, and that and all the sand. Ugh. All that sandy water, man, it grinds through. Moto Z4, pure win. Yeah, figure Motorola's probably not terrible if I had to like look at a different brand. Installed Mishimoto last week. It's bad as fuck. Yeah, I'm happy with the Mishimoto. $100 aluminum XJ radiator. What's your opinion? Like the eBay ones? No, absolutely not. You can go watch the Mishimoto video for why not to, or watch the how to fail brazing an aluminum radiator because I couldn't braze. It's not the same as soldering. I figured, okay, I get it. You just heat the metal up and, you know, the stuff should wick in. But it either wasn't hot enough or it wasn't clean enough, or I kept burning holes. So, yeah, you probably want a putty or something like that. But, yeah, get that eBay garbage out of here. It is not worth the time of day. Either get a stock one that's actually going to last. You might overheat, but at least you're not going to leak after a year. Or try, like, I don't even know, because the price isn't always worth it. Like, you can buy, like the Flexolite radiator. That system is like $1,000, and there's no way in hell that radiator is worth that kind of money. Ridiculous. I love my LG V50, especially the quad DAC. The camera's really good. I do miss the IR sensor. The new V60 and the Xperia 1. Yeah, my buddy was looking into the, I forget what weird brand it was. It was just called the One or something like that. I forget what they were, but that was like a really big hyped camera. I don't know if they continued making stuff, but he seemed to like the specs. That's another thing you could do is try to root the phone. I've never rooted Android to like really put a good operating system on it, but that's an idea. But yeah, good camera and just good all-around experience. That's the other thing is HTC, their skin on Android is kind of stock, but they have just enough of their own flair to make it look nice. Like, it's not like a Google Pixel or something where it's just straight Google. It looks a little prettier, but there's no, it's not overly done. I think it's really nice. JB Weld fixes everything. Yeah, I didn't try JB Weld, but the same thing is, I don't want to have a crucial component like a radiator rely on a shitty JB Weld job, so either do a good job or don't even try it. So I figured, if I'm going to take this thing through Moab for a week, it's got to be done, relatively right. I still overheated, but that's because my reservoir tank had a hole in it, so it kept leaking, and the system was probably never full, so that might have been part of my temperature issues. Best phone I ever had was a Nexus 6. I could see that. I haven't heard anything bad about the Nexus. Yeah, the OnePlus. You got it. That's the one. Yeah, that thing was really hyped up. Let's see, I installed the same radiator in my XJ. It was awesome for 2 months, and then my motor mounting tranny failed. No. Jeez, had to break really hard and try. Yeah, I bet. Good lord. Did you have the issue where the rubber isolator part of the motor mount, or did the studs actually break off in the block because they're not threaded deep enough? But either way, yeah, that sucks. Putting your whole engine through that damn thing. Imagine having to be towed out in Moab. Yeah, right. I'd have to talk to what's his name? That off-road guy. Off-road. I'm blanking. Tim, or you know who the guy I'm talking about. He does. I think he's out in like Hurricane City, Utah, or something. But yeah, I'll have to call him up and say, hey, can you pull me out? I'm a little stuck. Let's see. Imagine. Yeah. When in doubt. Yeah, Matt's off-road recovery. Yeah, dude. That's the one. I'm trying to get him to buy one of my shifters. Because a lot of people keep telling me that he's having a hard time holding gears, especially when he's doing like that hard like work. I could really imagine him liking a Nifty shifter so he can hold it in first gear or whatever. I actually messaged him on Facebook, but he never got back to me, so oh well. I'm sure if he was really interested, he'd check him out. But hey, if you guys want to, you know, do a little word of mouth advertising, see if he wants to get into it, I wouldn't say no. Let's see. My radiator was leaking from one of the cores of the tank. Yeah, that's pretty much where they go. I sent them a video of the leak, and they sent me a new one for... Okay, they're shipping. That's not bad. Machine motor, radiator, and both their XJs with their fans. Yeah, I haven't tried their fans because I have my own custom setup, but... Yeah. Curious to see how their systems work. Let's see. I've been pushing your shifter on him every couple videos. My man, thank you. I figured like stuff like that would help. Yeah, for people that aren't on the Facebook pages, someone recently shared their Nifty shifter, and it blew up. Like almost as good as my original Nifty shifter video that had the arcade joystick. That one, oh my god, that was probably my most viral video on Facebook. That was really cool. But yeah, so I got a lot of shifter requests from that. You see a lot of guys like, oh, why don't you just get a manual? Well, listen, bud, let's see if you can find a good manual transmission for under $120 first off, and is it worth the time to install it? The Nifty shifter, you know, 5 minutes under the dash, you plug this thing in, and now you have a manual. That seems pretty easy to me. Or, you know, go through all the hassle of trying to put a manual transmission in and wrestle with a clutch. Like, I get it, you want to be manly and, you know, be able to throw through the gears and all that, but fuck that, man. If I'm trying to rock crawl, I already have 1 foot on the brake, 1 foot on the gas. I'm not trying to grow a third appendage to try and keep the motor running. But to each their own, you know, if you like the extra challenge, I won't put it past you. Just not my cup of tea. Okay. Dude, just send it in as a fan mail. I don't know how much that would cost, but I would... Yeah. If he even had like a remote amount of interest, I probably would if I caught up. I believe he's got a 97 up, and I actually ran out of the 97 up ones like a couple weeks ago. I need to go through a redesign on those, so they're kind of delayed. I won't have more in August because 1, I have to redesign them. 2, I want to see if I can add some more check engine light fooling circuitry where it's going to try and fake out the input speed sensor so that the TCU isn't aware that you're in the wrong gear. Even though I have load resistors to tell it it's in the right gear, it's still smart enough to know that the transmission is spinning at the wrong speed because it's too damn smart for its own good. So I'll have to go like a step above, you know? It's like, ugh, what a mess that is. But I'll see if I make any progress on that. That might be like a beta feature that we can hack in later. And I'll just run the core thing for now, because that's more only for if you're driving on road. For off-road, it's not as big of an issue. And I think worst case, you might be able to just unplug the sensor or something. I don't know. Or the computer to reset that. Let's see. Battery's dying. See ya. Nice seeing you, Francisca. Thanks for hanging in. My XJ is a manual. Honestly, I don't know why people buy automatic XJs. Honestly, I'm just lazy. Like, that's the main reason. I don't feel like messing around with the clutch. Like, I'm sure it would be fun. Like, I have the MJ, that is a manual, and if it didn't have an engine knock, and it had a battery that worked, and it didn't have flat tires, and I had a use for a second bullshit vehicle, I would register it and probably drive it around for fun. Maybe go like the extra mile and like make it like a nice little street truck or something, because it is a 2-wheel drive. Yeah, I mean, it'd be a fun like fuck around vehicle. Like, I understand the fun aspect, but for wheeling, I got too many other things to concentrate on. Let's see, a couple months ago I recommended your shifter to him in a comment, and he said he would look into it. And then someone commented that your shifter looks like a scam. Yeah, occasionally people will say that. They're like, so one guy just messaged me about the REM, saying like that he showed it to a mechanic, and the mechanic was like, man, that looks like some cheap-ass, like, as seen on TV stuff. And then he used it and completely changed his mind. He's like, holy crap, this thing's actually really cool. So I love that. Like, I get it. Like, it's just me. It's some guy in his, you know, his office building stuff for fun. So yeah, they're not going to look professional, especially 3D printed and whatnot, but I figure they might not look pretty, but they're priced well, and they get the job done. So that's about all I got for now. And if they really take off, then I'll work on, you know, making them more professional, get real cases and all that, but that is a lot of time invested. Let's see what we got. Because the Nifty shifter is way better, right? That's what I'm saying, man. Like it's great. Like you get the engine braking, you just throw it in gear, let it do its thing. Like the way I described it, it basically turns it into like a clutchless manual. You know, you can control your downhill descent. You can throw it, and you don't have to add any shifters. Like you don't have to add a joystick or any switches or any shit. Like you can use the shifter in your vehicle to control it. Like I feel like that feature alone makes it great. If you have the power comfort switch, you don't need to add anything. Power comfort is your manual mode, and the shifter is your actual shifter. Like it's literally plug and play. You don't have to add a single thing. Like it could not get any easier. So yeah, and the AW4, like you said, bulletproof. Yeah, as long as you don't overheat the damn things. Like if you're geared properly, and you have good cooling on them, and you actually replace the fluid every 200,000 miles. Yeah, the AW4 is great, man. They handle more torque, more power, and they're pretty damn strong for the amount of abuse they get put through. My AW4 was the only thing that did not get a lot of water in it when I drowned it. The fluid was a little pink at one point, but not as bad as the transfer case. That thing looked like, the strawberry milkshake. So yeah, they're built great, man. That Japanese Eisenwarner? I still don't know how to say their name, but yeah, they built some good stuff. Let's see, I think only 2000 plus uses the ISS for a trouble. I don't know, because I think I've heard like a 98 or a 99 get that issue. The issue is between, usually I think, second and third gear. So the thing I figured out is that the two speed sensors work together. So the input speed sensor is running at the gear ratio, and the output is just the regular. It's weird. So the input will spin however many times faster. So in fourth, the input actually doesn't spin at all. And in third, I think it's like 3 pulses to 1, then it's 5 pulses to 1, and then it's like 7 or 8 or 9 pulses to 1. But so I think what it does is it counts how many pulses per output revolution to figure out if it's in the right gear. So it's like I can understand from like a nerd standpoint, like, oh yeah, this will be great because we can detect if there's transmission slippage. But for me, it's a lot harder to fool the computer. So yeah, that kind of sucks. It just makes my job harder. Let's see. The AW4 is great transmission. Plus, when you find manual XJs, are usually XJs usually pull a little more when they're manual. Go on Shark Tank. I've heard people say that before, but my only issue is it's my audience base is probably too small for them to take on an investment like that. Like if you think about how many Renix people there are, in the 4 years I've been selling, I've sold about 650 of these, which that's no number to laugh at. Like that's pretty damn good, but it's probably not enough for some guy to try and go, okay, try and sell 10,000 of them. That's not gonna work. So yeah, I couldn't see any big people picking me up. Are you still looking into the injection molds? So that's kind of on the back burner with the REM clocks. That whole thing, I've been meaning to get to those for years now, but I haven't had the time because it's just project after project after project, I already have the regular REM, so I've got a scanner to provide. If I didn't have a scanner, that'd be top of the list. But I've been pushing the standards out until I have time to work on bonus things. So I've got the scanners, I've got the fan controllers, I've got the Nifty shifters, which that's the biggest thing I'm trying to get out now is the 96 and down is good. So I fixed all the problems with that. I'm happy with that. The screens are good now. So now it's the 97 up I have to redesign, get in stock, and then the Nifty shifters are good. And then I can move on to the REM clocks. So, but yeah, it'd be nice to find injection molding. It's finding someone that will help me out and making sure the prices are good. So if that's not possible, what I'll do is I'll try to 3D print them, and maybe I'll just put a faceplate on it that's done differently. Or I'll figure something out. But yeah, trying to get the quality up is going to be difficult. Let's see what we got. Agree the AW4 is decent trans. It's the same as the A340. Yeah, and the Supras and the Toyotas, some of the I don't know if it's 4Runners or something they have somewhere. Get the Transgo shift kit and the Super clutch set. I heard had about the clutch kits to make them shift firmer. I just haven't had the desire to go that deep in my transmission yet. But yeah, that would be something kind of cool to look into if I needed to actually dig into that. So interesting thing about the Supras, their version is slightly more advanced. So they have 5 shift solenoids. They have the 2 for the gears, 1 for the torque converter, and there's 2 more. I think one is for shift pressure, and one is for something else. But they control even more of the transmission functions. So it's really cool what the Super EW4s do. I just haven't ever had time to research it. So right now I'm swapping the LEDs on because they're the wrong size. So if you can kind of see the difference, the smaller, I don't know where the hell they got these smaller ones from, but I need to put the bigger ones on because otherwise they look dumb. But I guess if that's the worst thing that they got wrong, I can't complain too much. A single mold for a small part can be like 30. Really? Dedicated injection molding would be worth it. Well, RC Mike, like, what do you mean, like $30 a part, or oh, you said 30,000? Yeah. Okay, so the only reason I even really looked into that is because someone messaged me, actually like a couple years ago now, saying that they would cover the cost of making the molds if I could send them an REM. I'm like, oh yeah, that's worth its weight in gold. If someone could make the mold and get that figured out, because I think he was still like, I don't know if he was an intern at the job, or I think he had some kind of hookup where he could have helped me out. I couldn't get the, I wasn't on the right time schedule to make that possible. Yeah, that would have been great. So yeah, if the molds are like cheap enough, and I can get like the cost per case down to something decent, it's something worth looking into. But you got to find the right spot. What I do with small production runs, that is difficult. Small batches are hard to make a profit on and do cost effective, because the more you can do, the cheaper they get. So the difference between 10 of these and 50 of these is pretty big. So from 50 to 200 is great. But a lot of these companies are like, yeah, we got like a minimum 10,000 parts. I'm like, haha, see you later. That's not going to work for me. So you got to find the small companies that are willing to work with the small guys. Are cases alone for sale? So like for the REMs, like I don't really like. They're not up on the website, but if you needed a replacement case or something, like I could send you one out for like shipping, like $10 to get you a case and shipping. Because pro tip, if you live in a really hot area, like if you park your Jeep in the sun and your internal temps are like 150, you're living in a freaking oven. You shouldn't leave these on the dash, because the cases actually start to warp and you can see them all like melt around and you can't get them out and they look like crap. And this is ABS plastic. This is like, if anyone knows anything about 3D printing, most people use PLA because it doesn't smell and it doesn't really warp much. It's really easy to work with. But the problem is it has a really low temperature, it's called like a plastic temperature, and that's when the plastic starts to get more like soft and moldable. So ABS has a higher, like a melting point or a plastic point, but even that's not enough for this. So I'd have to look into like, some carbon fiber deposits, or see if there's some other weird plastics, but I can't ever find a good thing, because some people are like, yeah, this has got better heat performance, but it's more brittle, or it can't withstand fluids or stuff like that. So, and some of like the more exotic ones, you need better, like a stronger print tip, because the brass will get worn out, so you have to have like a steel nozzle. They're more expensive, and it's a mess. So yeah, just don't leave them on your dash. I forget where I was going, but yeah, for people that have messed up cases, I'll just send one out. Yeah, they're cheap enough. It's easy. Let's see, not shift firmer, but limit the slip between gears so clutches last long. Yeah. Well, I mean, technically that's the same thing, isn't it? Because with automatics, the firmer you can get those clutches to pound together, the better it is, because there's less slip, so they actually last longer because of that. Melt rate is referred to as IZAD. Whatever that means. Let's see, what is that? IZAD, having a brain fart. I don't remember. Acronym. Save me, Google. Maybe if I type in as a plastic. Impact strength test. Oh yeah, like the impact resistance and stuff like that. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so there's I forget what the heck his name is, but he's a German YouTuber that he does a lot of 3D printing tests. So he goes through all the stuff about different temperatures and different plastics and different ways to print things together, and he does like really cool scientific stuff. I forget, like his videos are like Guten Tag everybody. This is, you know, whatever his name is, and he'll do his stuff. But yeah, he talks all about that stuff. It's really cool. CNC Kitchen, that's what his name is. Yeah, CNC Kitchen. He does some really cool stuff. All right, we just got another printer, so let me go pop that out. Oh yeah, get another beauty. Check that out. So this is the DMM adapters. They're a little deeper than the regular ones. I haven't built them yet, but just popping out those cases. Let's see what we got here. Do you need a service manual for late model XJs? So it depends how detailed yours is. I actually found like a big PDF stash of everything for like service manuals, and some of them are pretty decent, but you know, it doesn't hurt to have them on hand. Yeah, I got all kinds of different stuff, but yeah, like especially on my website, I have a lot of those on my download section, so people can go through and find stuff. Let's see how that battery's now. Oh yeah, 23%. We're still charging, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Quick charge 3.0, man. Android's got another one. Okay. Anyway, yeah. I can tell I'm probably not going to get a lot done. But at least it's fun. Give you guys an update. Chat with you a little bit. So I've been watching streamers a lot lately. And it kind of got me thinking, like, it'd be neat to actually stream a little bit. At least give you guys something to watch. You know, some kind of minimum effort content for people that have really been dying for an update. I wanted to do like a video for a while, like a business tour to see everything that's changed. But I just haven't had the time. Like I said, every night, like if I'm not working my main job, I'm doing this in the background. So yeah, YouTube has kind of been like the third job at this point. It's been on hold while I get all my designs gone. Like it's really just fighting to keep things in stock. That is so difficult. By the time that I develop a product, get it assembled, get them shipped out, finish the batch, usually there's problems, so I have to fix the problems, get a new one going. And I don't get the new batch started till the old one's done. So yeah, it's supply and demand, man. It's not easy. So yeah. Oh well. So I can never say that I don't have anything to do. A lot of people like they get bored, or you know, they're not sure what they're gonna do with their life. There's always something that I gotta freaking work on. Certainly a labor of love, but you know, it's all about the community. It's you guys that actually keep me going, you know? If it wasn't for all the community interest and everyone that actually liked the products, I probably wouldn't be doing any of this stuff. I'd probably be doing something else. So, yeah, I appreciate the support. Couldn't do it without you guys. So right now, I'm swapping out these LEDs, which is kind of a pain in the butt because it's real tight to set these up. But this guy right here is a solder sucker. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's just a little tube. When you push the button, it kind of slurps it all up. It'd be nice to have like an all-in-one kit where like it actually applies the heat and does it all in one, but work with what you got. I think this was like my dad's or something, so because he used to build circuit boards when he was younger. So I got a couple hand-me-downs that are still laying around. Let's see, 12:37. Better go to sleep. Yeah, this is just the beginning of my night, man. Like I said, this is like first or second hour of business. I'll be doing this for most of the night, basically until I'm too tired to think. So it's usually around like 4. And it's even worse if I'm like right at the edge of like, say I finally got all my products set up and I'm ready to ship. Because shipping them, like packaging everything up, printing everything out, making sure everything's right, that takes so long. It's like, oh, this will take an hour, and you know, by the time everything's in the mailbox, it's like 5:30 in the morning. Birds are chirping, it's sunny out, and I look like a frickin' zombie. It's rough, man. But it's the only time I can really get anything done. I can't really think straight in the daytime. Don't have the concentration. I feel like I gotta be outside or do something. Right now it's dark out. No reason to go outside. No one's bothering me. It's such a pain in the ass. I don't know what was worse, this issue or the previous batch where I got the LED drivers backwards. So I was using micro tweezers to flip all the damn transistor packs around. That needs a steady hand. Oh, this kind of sucks though. Bastard. Oh, damn. Yeah, what the heck are you still doing up, man? I appreciate you sticking around. Yeah, thank God I don't have morning shifts. I can't make it through that. A morning shift for me is, you know, waking up at 9:30, and even that's rough for me. I'm a night owl. I love staying up late. Take it easy. You fucking bastard. Ugh. It is hot. I'll be right back. Alright. So, who else has questions? What else should we talk about? Let's get that chat hype going. Try to be a real streamer. I've been watching a lot of Twitch recently, so it's interesting to see that it's such a different community. Seeing all the big streamers, because you see the chat fly by so quick. I don't even know how they read it. Most of it's garbage or just emote spam, but it's interesting nonetheless. I figure if I start on Twitch, I don't think anyone would be watching. At least on YouTube, I still have a core audience. Come on. I have a feeling this is gonna suck. Come on. Just gotta open that hole up a little bit. That's what she said. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Let's see, how's the Iron Rock off-road products holding up? So far so good. I can't really complain. Like, I know it's hit or miss with a lot of people. but I've been fairly happy. Like my long arm kit is still doing good. Um, as a side effect, I needed to get a solid upper axle mount because switching to the 3-link, all the stress was put on one bushing, and that bushing was already pretty shot. So, yeah, that wore out pretty quick. I had to put the that Courier solid joint on there, and that thing's been doing great. So I'm happy with that. So the long arm kit's been fine. The Iron Rock off-road steering, I had to replace the Heim joint on the steering box. That was actually the clicking noise. So if you remember the steering box video and chasing down all that crap, one of the issues was the clicking noise. I thought either the frame was popped or the steering box was busted. And here I find out it's just the frickin' Heim joint that's just popping back and forth. So yeah, the main reason why that one went out was because I've always had a power steering leak. I don't know if it's coming out of the reservoir or one of the hoses or something. But yeah, it was leaking on the joint, wearing out the joint, because you're not supposed to lubricate those Heim joints. They have a Teflon coating, so you just kind of let them do their thing. So yeah, that wore out. But besides that, like, it's been pretty good. I'm happy enough with their products, especially for the price. Good enough. Trying to find info on 91 to 95 era XJ PCMs. I want to find out where the voltage regulator is on the board. Ooh. So that one is going to be a lot more tricky because most of the time when you find diagrams there for the vehicle, you're not really usually going to find like actual board schematics, because those are like internal files at Chrysler. Like they don't share that with people because people don't do PCB repairs. So trying to actually find that is going to be really tricky. You probably have to get really lucky and know someone inside that has access to those files, or try and do your own reverse engineering on the circuit. The other thing is, I'm pretty sure that those computers are potted, so they have like all that gel in the background to waterproof them, but that means you got to pick it all off if you're trying to work on the damn thing. So good luck even trying to get in there. For most people, I'd assume it's just worth it to replace the whole computer, but, like Toucan Sam, follow your nose, find the crunchy bits and replace them and hope for the best. If you dig deep enough, like especially foreign commenters, usually where it's really harder to source parts, you'll find them digging deeper into the computer and trying to fix the problem, because it's too forbidden or whatever. It would be too costly to try and actually replace it, so they have to fix it. So sometimes finding that foreign comment forum on how to replace it might actually yield some interesting results. Let's see. Yeah, to be fair, I just got a job working at a Jeep dealership. Perhaps I can get info. And yeah, I am picking that gel all off right now. This is more just for fun. Okay, yeah. Especially like if you just got like a damaged one that you're trying to mess with, on the side, just to see if you can fix it. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, someone mentioned like Louis Rossmann earlier. He fixes like Apple laptops. So he actually has some leaks where he was able to get the real board files, so he can look through all the circuits, and he has a board view program. So not only can he look through the wiring schematics to see how the circuit works, but he has a picture of the board to see where the parts are, where all the traces connect. Like, it's really cool to watch him work his magic. Most of the time it's just checking for like a power rail, find out, oh, this program's burnt, there's water damage or something's not working, and he just goes to town and fixes it. But yeah, it'd be pretty much the same. Yeah. I actually have a 95 ECU sitting around for if I ever decide to work on OBD1. But right now I'm kind of just sitting in the background because there's a guy overseas, I forget what country he's from, but he is working on a similar project to mine where I forget if I think it is Arduino based. He's using an Arduino, it's a Mega 2025 or 2650. I don't know if that's for speed or for more pens or something, but he's building a computer interface. So it's a box you plug in, and he's got like a computer software to read the computer. I don't know how far he's gotten, but he actually does blogs that talk about all the problems and things that he learns. So I may try to work with him. I've actually talked to him once or twice, but if he gets far enough and is willing to share code, I'll either like split some of the profit with him, or like try to work with him on products or something if he wants to. But I don't know if he's looking to upscale quite as much as I am. But yeah, basically I'm just going to sit back, let him figure out all the hard stuff, because it took me years to figure out Renix. I still don't know it all. So I bet trying to figure out, well, at least with Chrysler, the CCD bus, you can find a little more documentation. With Renix, one, this is from the 80s, and two, it's a collaboration between a French company and an American company, so good luck trying to find any of the frickin' design files before the internet was born. So yeah, I've kind of been just shooting in the dark and seeing what sticks. But yeah, good luck trying to find any ECU schematics. That's you'd have to talk to like a really high end tech to see if any of that stuff is still floating around. Oh my god, this sucks. Come on. I got one of the holes open. The other one does not want to work with me. Come on, Jimbo. Do it for the vine. Yes! Bingo! I have a wiener. Oh, yes. I honestly find it incredible you've gotten this far. I thought it was pretty ambitious when you first started. Yeah. Like, if you look back to 2016, back when I first started this, you can see the video of, like, the initial prototype. I can't say that I can take 100% of the credit, because I actually ported over someone else's work. Phil, he made a similar project for a Renault, and it has a similar ECU. So he actually figured out, because he actually works on like really old gadgets, like old 80s tech, and so he knew enough to like start to make a data circuit. So he figured out the data circuit, he figured out the baud rate, and he got like a very basic understanding of how the data stream worked. And he was nice enough to share that code online. So I downloaded it and messed around with it till I got it to work. So I had to port some things over to Jeep, because the Jeep is set up a little different. The Jeep Renix is different even for Renault systems. So their data stream is different, their outputs, how some of the things work. Everything about the Jeep system is so weird and oddball, man. Like, it's so hard to find any information on it. I'm surprised they got the damn thing to work at all. Like, ugh. You gotta be dedicated for Renix, but yeah, like, it's been the community, man. That community drive to keep doing better and better and figure it all out. But it helps that I had a Jeep, because if I didn't have a Renix, I probably wouldn't put near as much amount of work into it. Like, it's... yeah. It is certainly something. But I'm glad that I finally was able to break through, and you know, there have been people along the way that have helped me out, give me little tidbits about how this or that works. And it's just those few little things that have really jump-started an entirely new era of figuring out how to do the next thing on the list. I'd say now I got a really good understanding about how it all works, how to do it properly, and all that. So yeah, it was a really good introduction into electronics. If you want to learn how to code, how to make circuit boards, how to use 3D printers, how to start a business, how to ship things, oh yeah, that's that's a great, you know, course to learn it all. Yeah, one of the things I noticed, once you get to the point where you're ordering things constantly, save the bubble wrap. I reuse all the bubble wrap that I get. I haven't had to buy bubble wrap in, I think, a year or two now. So that's fun. I use a lot, like, I reuse a lot of shipping material to try to make things last longer, because you'd be amazed how destructive the post office can be, man. You gotta really make these things last a freaking, you know, like a bomb or a car crash or something, if you want to make it through the post office. I'm actually, with this version, I'm going to be printing spacers, so they fit over the screen and the buttons, so that the buttons can't get crushed through the box. Because I've had some customers say, like, one really unfortunate one was going out to Europe, and the screen was damaged and the buttons were broken. And there's no way it would have been cost productive to have him send it all back. So I gave him a refund for what the repair shop would charge to fix it for him. So after that issue, yeah, I spent a lot more time making sure that these things will last through the post. Certainly pioneering in citizen electronic engineering. Yeah. I'm kind of just flying by the skin of my pants, learning as I go. I can't say I'm a professional, but, I can say I've learned everything that I know through the internet, so that's got to be worth something. It is pretty amazing what you can learn. It'd be nice to take like a professional course and, learn all the little stuff that you kind of can't pick out on your own until you find out the hard way. Well, for the most part, yeah, it's amazing what you can do online. You got the world at your fingertips, you just got to know what to type in. And it really helps how easy Arduino is, dude. Like, it's insane. Because I've been trying to learn other programming languages, and I can't get the hang of it. Microcontrollers it's so low level and easy to understand. Like, it works for my smooth brain. If I try to learn something real, like, Java or C++ or, any of that crap, I can't keep up. Because I'd like to make PC programs at some point so that you could just plug the REM into the computer and have everything live graphed and all that. Oh, that is the dream goal, dude, to have everything live viewed on a giant screen. That would make real-time diagnostics a breeze. And it would help me figure out stuff along the way, but I just don't know how to code for computers yet. Again, something else to learn eventually, at some point, when I have free time, maybe. I've never been much into actual programming. Yeah. Okay, so another thing is learning the type of programming language. So Java is it's object-oriented programming. So what that means is everything is like containerized into like all these subclasses. So like in order to code, it's kind of like it's like starting at like a universe. You have to like add all your basic building blocks, and then add functionality into each block and call the blocks. And like that's a lot of like high level thinking. With Arduino, it's low level. Like you're literally just you're turning pins on or off, and you're writing code as it goes. It's I forget exactly what that's called, but it's straight. Like you can't multi-thread or any fancy stuff with that. But for this, it's so low level, you wouldn't need that anyway. It's a lot easier to learn Arduino, especially with all the starter libraries and things like SparkFun that help you learn how they all work, and Adafruit with all their great tutorials and pre-programmed libraries. It is a breeze to get up and running with those two. So yeah, I really lucked out picking Arduino. I might try Python, because that does work on computers, I think. I don't know what you can do with it, but if I can learn how to like maybe write Python scripts to make pretty pictures on the computer, that might be the next course of action. But that's another thing to try to learn how to do. Let's see, fun fact, the 93 PCM has a Texas Instruments and Motorola chips. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so. For, a larger company like that, you're going to see, the good stuff. They're not going to cheap out on, half-assed brands. Like, even the Renix, the main IC is a Motorola. I forget, I think it's like a 6811 or something, or something similar to that. Yeah, you'll usually see that. I've learned that a lot. That's another thing is circuit design. After you design the damn circuits, then you have to go through and build a bill of materials. So you have to look through every single one of these damn components and find them and go, okay, I like this brand, I don't like that brand, this has the features I want, that's a good price, this one's too cheap. And then you finally get everything figured out, you send it off, and they go, hey, this is out of stock, that's out of stock, and this is too expensive. Pick something else. I'm like, okay, try it again. It's kind of rough. But Such is the nature of electronics biz. It ain't easy. So, for anyone that's kind of like just sort of tuning in, like in the last hour or so, I'm just streaming some building. I got REMs in again. So I figure, I'll update people and just, say what's up while I work on some stuff in the background. So feel free to say hi and ask questions and whatever else. Or just put me in the background and have something to listen to. Yeah, like, honestly, bill of materials, that is one of the worst parts of doing that, especially the first time around. So you're going to get really familiar with Excel. Another thing I should mention is picking parts. Part of that is also related to building the circuit boards, because not only do you have different brands of parts, you also have different sizes. So it's like, oh, I need a transistor. Okay, great. Well, what form factor? Because the form factor that you pick is going to change how you actually lay out your circuit board. So let's say that you pick a part size, like an SOT 232 or something like that, and then you go through on DigiKey and you look through and you find out that, the part that I was using is too expensive. It's out of stock. The pinout layout is background. I've been burned on pin layouts before. The damn pins are backwards, especially with voltage regulators. So I have to go buy a really expensive version from offshores. So you got to go through your design and update the form factor and lay out your board again. So yeah, that's a really rough process. But once you finally get that done and you can just push the order button, it's a little smoother. Let's see. I bought an OBD1 to OBD2 adapter for my 92 and wasn't able to read anything. Well, no surprise there. Either the cable's bogus or the ECU just doesn't recognize that something was plugged in. Yeah, so that's another big thing with the Chrysler. OBD1 was like a free-for-all, man. One of the few good things that the government ever did with automotive tech is standardizing OBD2 protocol. Because they were like, listen, it's getting too ridiculous. You got 50 different companies with different adapters and everyone talks in a different language. So let's unify this. Let's make one standard adapter that you can plug any scan tool in and you're good to go. So thank God for OBD2. For OBD1, you need to have the right adapter and you need to have a scan tool that supports that interface, because that is another big one, is if it can actually read the thing you're trying to plug into, because a lot of things don't. So that's kind of unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. I would like to make HO1 or OBD1 scan tools like port Renix engine monitor over to that, but it would require an entire new board rework, new software, learning a new protocol, and I also don't have one on hand to test, although I do have a computer on hand, but it's a lot easier when you can just plug it into a vehicle and test that way. But yeah, basically get yourself a Snap-on. That's all I can say. Get an MT2500 with the adapters and go to town, because that's what mine has. It's pretty cool what you can do. You can do sensor tests, and you actually have actual codes to look up along with the sensors. And then they got some cool things, like they have like target RPM, like idle RPM as one of the readouts on there. That's kind of neat. You can do tests, so you can actuate the relays and try things out, see if they work. It's really cool what you can do with that. But that's too much work for me right now. So that's more of a pipe dream project. Any plans to go 1 tons instead of rebuilding Dana 30? Barnes makes a kit to adapt to Dana 60. Not really. So I kind of follow the same methodology that Bleep and Jeep does. Although he's pushing his way farther than mine. He's trying to get away with half-ton axles and freaking, what does he run, 39.5-inch at this point? That's a little much, even for the like the JK44s. Like, yeah, you got bigger gears, but that's still a lot of stress on them damn things. But for me, I doubt I'm going any bigger than 35s. And I've seen how 1-ton rigs wheel at Roush, and I'm not impressed. They're way too wide, and they're too heavy. For how light the Jeeps are, it's not really worth it for me to try to go through all that work. Personally, if I had the option, I would like to put a 44 in the front, but there's no good easy swaps. Either you have to get an old axle and do a lot of work to it, or settle on a low pinion and screw that, because the the gears are on the weak side, so I'm not doing low penny. I could have had a TJ44 at one point, but the guy literally talked me out of it. He's like, listen, I wouldn't even recommend it because I keep busting gears. So the only other option is to go aftermarket and buy something like a Rock Jock. Oh my god, I'd love a Rock Jock 44, man. But that's spending, $2,000 just on the housing, and then another at least $2,000 to load it up. You're looking at $4 to $5 grand to build a front axle for a Jeep I don't use that much anymore because our off-road group, Unknown Off-Road Association, they kind of fell apart after our leader got, we'll just say outed. So yeah, that kind of fell apart. We stopped going to Roush. I was also kind of getting bored of Roush. So yeah, that was kind of the demise. That was the beginning of the end for the biannual Roush trips. Let's see. Finding an OBD scanner that reads OBD1, not cheap. Yep. Yeah, I can see that. Sad key turning noises. Yeah, you're not kidding. I'm lucky my Jeep even starts, man. It's kind of just a guinea pig at this point. It's just around to test the products. That's the same thing with. That's the whole reason why I have that MJ in the back, because it's a freaking 2.5 liter. It's got so many weird things on it. I need it around so I can test things. Go, wow, that's weird. That doesn't work. This does work. Because when people ask me questions, I'm like, I have no idea. Let me go check mine and get back to you. Let's see what else we got. Every OBD2 isn't all standard like the different protocols. All my European spec diag tools won't work on domestic, except for early OBD Chrysler. That's interesting. I mean, I haven't been too much in the OBD2 space, but the idea that I was given was that there is a basic protocol, like the bare minimum spec that you need to have to be OBD2 compliant. So you can supposedly you can plug any scanner into it, and it will give you the bare minimum. So you can read codes, you can clear codes, and you might be able to see some of the engine sensors. But the newer cars, I think it was 2010 and up, they started doing their own specific codes, specialty codes for each one. So sometimes you need better tools that have all those codes loaded into them, or you can just bring them up and Google them. Yeah, OBD1 key turning to count check. Ugh, God. Yeah, just turn it on and off, 6 times and pump the brakes and, play with yourself a little bit and pray to God and hope the thing blinks. Yeah, what a pain in the ass system that is. Friend and I wanted to go to Roush Creek. A decent place for someone who's wheeled only once. Sadly, in our region, we don't have as much. Yeah. Out here, it's rough. So when I was still wheeling in the local forest and all that, Roush Creek was the dream because everyone nearby would always do that stuff. They're like, oh dude, this park is great, all the obstacles and everything, but I didn't know anyone there, and you need to have a minimum group. So joining that off-road association that I did really helped me out because there was some experienced wheelers there that could show me the ropes. But yeah, I highly recommend it. It is a great place to go. They have they start from green trails and they go all the way up to red trails where you need frickin' 1 tons on 40 plus or rock bouncer buggies to try to scale a frickin' cliffside. They got stuff for all shapes and sizes. So yeah, definitely if you haven't, Roush Creek is definitely good to go every now and then. But once you've been there, 10, 12 times, it starts to get a little samey. So I only go there for special events where there's going to be lots of people. That's about all that's worth it for me anymore. You ever consider coming out to California? So technically, yes. It's been yeah, that would be cool. Let's go to the frickin' the Rubicon Trails or something like that. But the problem is, I'm in New Jersey. I am literally on the other side of the country with a pile of crap Jeep. I don't have a fancy tow rig, and there's no way in hell that my Jeep is gonna drive across the country and hope to survive. So yeah, if it was easier to go across the country, then yeah, I'd probably hang out on the West Coast a lot more. It would be nice to explore and just see what's out there, all the different places. Because like it's kind of cool out on the East Coast, I guess, if you like rocks and forest. But I would really like to see other things. Like when I went out to Moab, dude, it's such a change of pace. It's a whole different world. I love it out there. It was great going the first, second time. I might go a third time at some point. Maybe check like Colorado or something out at some point. See what the forest. I'd love to like see like a real forest. Like yeah, the pine barrens are cool, but you know I've been here my entire life. It'd be nice to see a change of pace. Jersey strong, yeah, something like that. I don't know, man. Jersey's something. I don't know if I can recommend it, but it's an experience, that's for sure. Pines of the Pines, yeah. Like it is pretty out there. Like it's nice to go every night. Like back when we were all still stock, like all my buddies used to have Jeeps and we used to dick around. It was great going out there in the Pines, man. Just see what kind of trouble you could get yourself into and what you could get out. But, you know, once you upgrade, you're on 35s and you're fully locked and, you know, you've rebuilt your axles and you've been swamped enough times to know it sucks to clean out your carpets. It's like, all right, let's find something different than just drowning our Jeeps every day. But maybe I'll go out there for fun one day. That and the hippies out there really don't like you wheeling out in the pines. Even when you stay on the trails, amphibians, like, yeah, I get it, but that's why a lot of the stuff out in the pines is restricted. Like you're not supposed to take vehicles off the trails. You're not supposed to bushwhack. Like they have dedicated trails to drive down. Like if those goofy motherfuckers are dumb enough to try to live in, you know, the puddles that people drive through, well, that's on Mother Nature. Let Darwin figure it out. New Jersey native cannot recommend. Yeah, like I said, like it's nice to see occasionally, but you ain't missing much, man. Like unless you like going to the beach and roasting like a freaking lobsters, there's not much to see out here. Unless you like the idea of going to AC and gambling all your money away and getting robbed. Paying freaking $11 for a cheap ass drink. Yeah, that sounds like a good time. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's fun occasionally when you're out with friends, but not usually my cup of tea. If you can, wheeling in the Sierras is life-changing. God forbid you break down out there. Yeah, that was one of the things I was worried. Like, say I try the Rubicon Trail, like that's like 3 or 4 like straight days of wheeling. Like, you better be prepared to, you know, actually survive. Like, I'd love to see more of the wilderness and serious stuff, but I'd have to get like a real group together, like people that have good rigs that are serious. Like, I won't say I know too much about, you know, camping and surviving out in the wild, but it would definitely be some fun stuff. Here's a good one. If you got a lot of time to kill and you like more like well edited, like almost documentary style, Expedition Overland, they do some really cool shit where they build like Toyotas and Overlander rigs to drive across countries, continents. It's nuts the stuff they do. They plan for months at a time and they have everything they need to survive in the wilderness for weeks. It is really cool to watch their stuff. If you need a series to binge, they're really cool. They're on YouTube. Expedition Overland. I haven't seen them in a while though. Non-New Jersey native, but I've been here for more than half my life now. It's good for some, but not for all. Yeah, like one of the biggest issues, like, is also just the way that the state is run. You know, it's a real baby state. It's really hard to get guns. They're really strict on emissions and other stuff like that, and it's also really heavily taxed. So unless you got a lot of money to blow, good luck really trying to survive out here. It kind of sucks. So I'm not really a fan. Like, if I had, you know, if money wasn't no object, and family wasn't a concern, I'd probably try to move out of New Jersey, honestly. See what the West Coast is like, or just, you know, just see what's out there, man. I gotta see something different. It's kind of a drag out here. So yeah, if you've been thinking about it, it's you're not missing much. This is such a pain in the ass. I almost wish I had like a drill bit that I could drill through these damn things. This sucks. Guns? Someone say guns? I love guns. Yeah, I wouldn't consider myself like a gun junkie. I don't know much about them, but I've got friends who enjoy them and stuff like that. I wouldn't mind going out to a shooting range and trying to shoot some pistols or something like that. But yeah, I wouldn't say I particularly have the balls to, you know, go out and shoot myself or shoot someone else to protect myself or something. But the concept is neat. I'd definitely rather be protected than not protected. That's for damn sure. Uh, OXO. Yeah. Were they the ones that sparked the overland fat? They might have. I think they're going somewhere cold next. And what you just said about the state, 100% agree. Yeah. Yeah, Expedition Overland, like, when they started coming out, like, the production quality was so high. It was insane. Like, it looked like a damn Netflix documentary or something. Like, it's so good. Like, to relate to the Jeep life, like, A Way of Life, that guy, he does, like, pretty nice, like it's definitely more artsy fartsy, but it's fun to just, you know, kick back and, you know, have a beer and watch them do what they do. But Expedition Overland, like, takes that 10 steps further. I could absolutely see them starting an Overland fad though, because they make it look so cool. It really is neat. Let's see here. Got my taste of the Second Amendment freedom in Louisiana, in the Air Force, New Jersey, insufferable. Yeah, I can feel that, you know. They do not want you having guns out here. They do not make it easy. As a CA native, I agree. This state is lame. Yeah, like CA, like California seems it's cool in theory, but I feel like it's even worse than New Jersey. With just mostly the laws. Like, I feel like at least out there, the actual like the scenery is a lot better. You know, when you're not battling wildfires or droughts. I think it's beautiful out there. I would really love to, you know, at least go to the West Coast and see what it's all about. I don't know if I'd live there though, but definitely wouldn't mind checking it out. Cali turns me into a criminal overnight all the time. Yeah, right. You step into the state and suddenly you're, you know, violating several laws. They're basically their own freaking country at this point, man. With everything they got weird over there. Back when I was in automotive trade school, my teacher Todd, the stories he had to say about California, man, was great. He was like an ex-marine, and he used to be a druggie at one point. He recovered, really turned his life around. But man, that guy had some fucking stories to tell. Holy shit! He used to be a tank mechanic, and he talked about all the stuff he had to do and all the people he had to deal with. Oh man, he used to run his own automotive shop for a while. Like, it was amazing. He was quite good at telling stories. Like, half the time you don't know what he's going to talk about. Like, you learn about cars half the time, and the rest is rambling about just, you know, life. Like, you never know what you're going to learn from him. But yeah, California and the baby state, just ridiculous. Let's see. Yeah, beautiful. Just too many people. Yeah, I could see that. It's too popular. It's turning into the new Florida. You know, no one wants to go to Florida. They realize it kind of sucks down there, and it's too freaking muggy all the time. So fuck it. We'll go to Cali. Great to visit. Wouldn't live there. Good to know. California, we have self-defense sticks made with compressible juice. Oh my god. Got yourself a hippie boomstick. That's incredible. That's pretty funny. Shit. Baton, illegal. I feel like I'm drawing a blank. Like the like Batstow? Oh, Baton. Okay, illegal. Wow. They are not kidding out there. That's crazy. I guess with all the weirdos they got running around out there, probably shouldn't be armed anyway. See, the problem is, in order for California to pass gun laws, you'd have to get like a low emissions gun or something. Maybe see if you could find some electric guns. You know, something that's good for the environment when you shoot it off. Maybe add some perfume in there, so, you know, at least it smells nice when you're shooting freedom. Free trade, locally sourced baton, only available in Santa Monica. Technically, working in your car in Cali is illegal. Unlicensed mechanic. Oh wow, I've heard about that. That some places usually like really strict residential areas will actually ban people from working on their cars in garages. That's insane. Like, break out the freaking right to repair. That's, ugh. It's already bad enough with California's smog laws. Like, you know, you can't modify anything. I've heard like people were having issues even changing engines because it wasn't the factory engine that came with the vehicle, so they couldn't like do anything to their car. Like, it's rough out there. I could not deal with that. Come on, you bastard. When I traveled out to Cali and the West Coast, every single gas station I stopped at had someone asking for cash to fill their tank. Wow. A lot of bum rides. I guess it depends where you're at. And on our way back from the last Moab trip, we got a little detoured, and I think we went to whatever main city there is in Ohio. I'm drawing a blank, so I'm really bad with names, but well, that city was that was pretty horrendous. We had to stop at a gas station to go to the bathroom, and the Indian guy behind the counter had a baton with a key on the end, so that was your bathroom stick. So you had to take this baton and unlock the bathroom and lock yourself in if you wanted to use their gas station bathroom. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Bums outside asking, you know, for a couple bucks for gas. You know, I can't get home. I'm like, oh, sorry, man, I just spent my last dollar on a freaking pack of gum. See you later. As I'm towing this expensive Jeep with this brand new Ram through this ramshack city. Yeah, that was rough. Don't ever get lost through there. In California, we're good to the homeless in the city. My girlfriend says hi. Chicks dig Jeep XJs. I mean, if they do, I haven't found them yet, man. Like, I've not really found too many girls that have been digging the Jeep, or if I have, been reluctant to call them female. Oh man, it's rough out here. Not too many country chicks. Not enough mud crickets running around in the forest. If you work in your own car, not illegal. If you make money fixing other people's cars on your property, then the state. Well, I mean, I guess I can understand that because that does feel more like you're running a business at that point. So like, I kind of understand why. But yeah, that stuff kind of sucks. But yeah, you should be able to work on your own car, especially like in a garage. Like, you know, if you're not bothering anyone. That stuff kind of sucks. Only Jersey girls. Oh, fuck that, dude. I hate that shit. When you look at a frickin' bumper sticker on someone's car and says, Jersey girls don't pump their own gas. Haha. Fuck off. God. Such a pain in the ass. Why would you be proud of that shit? It's like, that's so, like, just the most entitled thing you can say. Sheesh. My sister. What can I say, man? God, she better not have the frickin' like the eyelashes on the headlights. I physically want to puke when I see someone with frickin' eyelashes on their goddamn Volkswagen Beetle. Drives me bonkers. Vertical video. Yeah, sorry, I'm on phone. The my computer isn't wide enough to get me and the things I'm working on. So, just turn your head. On her. Oh, okay. Yeah, well, all right. Like, if she's got a Jeep, I can maybe understand that. You know, there's a little bit of redeeming factor there. But yeah. Ugh. Oh, ridiculous. Let's see. The lashes are the worst, same as the ball. I love when I see some stupid lifted up pickup truck where the frickin' where the hitch is at your eye line and all you see is this frickin' blue ball sack bouncing around. God, it's so cringe. My truck's got balls. Yeah, okay. Glad to see you like playing with a sack on the back of your truck. What's a Jersey girl? Sorry, I'm from rural Illinois. Most east I've been in Cincinnati. Oh. I don't know how to describe a Jersey girl, really. I mean, I can't say I've even watched Jersey Shore, so I don't know how much that a reference is, because they're more... It says Jersey Shore, but they're more like fucking New York at that point. But, yeah. The Jersey girls don't pump their own gas. That should pretty much tell you all you need to know. That's a popular bumper sticker. Ugh. I mean, hey, if you like hanging out on the beach and doing whatever the fuck it is they do all day. Not a fan. What's the best upgrade you've done to your Jeep? That is a tough call. The best upgrade. Maybe best is a hard word, but I'd have to say my favorite is the stroker. Because it brings you back some power, you know? It gives you some more smiles per gallon. It doesn't make you cry every time you try to merge on the highway. But that's my favorite mod. I'd have to say the most useful. That's a tie between the winch or the coolant filter. I'd have to say probably the winch, because you know you can go just about anywhere and get yourself unstuck out of trouble. You'd be surprised if you can do a winch, you know, recovering people. Let's see. Yes, Jersey girl. Yeah, garbage. Yeah. Think of like a college fratty or something like that. Like I just, ugh, not a fan. Out here in LA, the clapped out Wranglers are the new soccer mom cars. Wow. Mall crawlers built up but never see dirt or just status. Yeah, I mean, we see that a little bit in Jersey. It's not as bad, but to be fair, there's not too many places to even wheel in Jersey. But yeah, the pavement princesses and the mall crawlers, you see them all done up. They like to go on the beach. So out here, we have something called the Wildwood Jeep Beach Invasion. That, you know, freaking mall crawler central. But it is, I guess, kind of neat to see the locals. Let's see. Think of a Jersey girl as a girl that's quite entitled. Yeah, that's it. What's the update on the AGR steering box? So basically, if I had any reason to, that thing would be torn out and in the fucking garbage. That thing, from what I'm concerned, isn't even good as a paperweight because the shit would leak all over your shit. Oh, God. I hate it. I haven't hooked up the Hydro Assist because they gave me the wrong RAM. And even if I did get it hooked up, everything that they included was just a universal kit. So it's not like it says like, oh yeah, this is a great thing, you just plug in and go to town. But the steering is stiffer, so it felt like I lost power because I have to frickin' push harder to get the damn thing to turn. So it's stiffer. I don't really notice it react any better. I guess it doesn't leak. It's got that going for it. The first one I got had fucking metal shavings in it, so that was great. God, that still drives me up a wall. Yeah, we check our boxes through a microscope to make sure they're good. We got to disassemble it and clean them out because, you know, when we port the boxes, they get the metal shavings in there. Yeah, I see that. I see they don't really come out either. Especially for the price. Like, that whole situation drives me up the wall, dude. Like, I should have known from the start because, so it was a friend of a friend of a friend had a bunch of used Quadratec boxes, okay? So that's how I found this out. The guy was like, yeah, I know a guy that has a bunch of boxes if you want to have a box. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I go, first off, it took about a month to finally set up a date to meet because the guy's like, it was really weird to get a date to meet with him. And I finally get there and, you know, they're just all sitting on the floor and he's like, yeah, I don't really know which one's which, so hopefully you know the serial number. So I'm digging through all these boxes to find one. I'm like, all right, that's cool. So that was step number one. I should have known that if you had a bunch of Quadratec returns, they're probably not that great. Called the company and said, hey, how much do you guys charge for a port? And just the port. And they're like, oh yeah, it's just $100. Like, all right, that's not bad. I figured, okay, this is the company that sells the box. They should probably know what they're doing with their own products. And it turned into this big mess of one thing after the other. Oh yeah, these are actually older boxes that, you know, we can't upgrade. So it'd be easier to just sell you a new box, but I'll cut you a price. You know, for the price of the upgrade, I'll sell you the new one, and I'll throw in a kit. But what he wasn't saying is the kit was fucking full price, and just one mess at another. It didn't even work first time. Just fuck that company, dude. I hate it. I could go on for an hour about them. God, what a mess. Let's see, that's something I see all the time around here. All the new Wranglers driving around with mud tires, but with soccer moms. Like, hey, like I'm cool with soccer moms behind the wheel if they actually do something with them. Like, good on them. But yeah, if they're just done up for show, it's slightly on the cringe side. I don't know. Let's see, Sinister. What would cause a rich loop fault? Just did a couple on the way to the store. Okay, so that actually brings me to one of the videos I want to do when I finally get all this set up. I want to do some more like tutorial-based videos, and one of them is going to talk all about the Renix closed loop system, because that is probably my #1 most asked question, is what is closed loop and why doesn't it work? So getting rich fault would mean that your system is probably too rich. Most of the time the O2 sensor does not fail rich, it will fail lean. So rich is a low voltage, like 1 volt is rich and 5 volts is lean. So yeah, your O2 sensor is probably sitting really low, and when it goes to closed loop, you'll notice your short-term field trim, that will start at 128 and go down to 0, and you'll probably see your sensor doesn't move much, and so it'll trip, it'll go back to open loop, and you'll get a rich fault. So you have to see if your system is running too rich, and if your sensor is like actually properly registering. But yeah, usually like if you got aftermarket injectors or something's messed up, Renix does not like bigger injectors. So if you got like aftermarkets that are flowing too much, you'll get that a lot. Let's see, Blind Dude, I fixed my XJ's death wobble with a tool stabilizer. Alright, listen here, buddy. You didn't fix it, you band-aided it. Did you get the frickin' setup from the hell is it, Rough Country? Super Ultra Mega Stabilizer 2.0. More stabilizer, more better. Let's see, that just covers it up so you get new ball joints. Yeah. I was surprised, man. I couldn't believe that. Yeah, I posted that in the last video. I posted the amount of run out that the ball joints had. I couldn't believe that. It only had about 50 thou play up and down, which the internet claims was in stock. But I guess for a lifted Jeep, that's too damn much, because I replaced it and it was good. Couldn't believe that. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, you're probably just covering that. Yeah, check your joints. If you're stuck, upgrade steering. So many Wranglers with Texas spent parts that are spotless around here. Yeah, like I can understand people that would want to keep like a Jeep, like a build clean, like a clean car, because it sucks having a dirty Jeep all the time. But just building them purely for show, like it's the modern version of a racer. You know, people don't build Hondas anymore; they build Wranglers. And at this point, we even got the underglow. I got my fucking RGB rock lights, bro. They match my fucking headlights and my light bar, so I can look like a freaking rainbow Fiesta when I'm driving down the street. Oh, what do you mean my light bar is blinding, bro? God, it's just the ignorance and just, when bro dudes take over the Wrangler market, it's just, cringe. My favorite is when I can see clean, shiny Wranglers with clean, shiny farm jacks. If only they realized the power. Yeah, right. Ready to lift it up onto the curb at the mall. Yes, sir. Like the friggin' that was another fun one from JCR when they did no, that was actually Rough Country. The April Fool's joke of the portable RTI ramp, so you could freaking flex at the mall. That was cracking me up, but people would buy that. They absolutely would. Oh man. Let's see what I got here. Oh, you're right. They went from buying Kid Civics to JKUs. Dude, like, the thing that supports that the most is when you look at those goddamn angry grills, dude. Oh my god, the freaking Decepticon-looking motherfuckers that have... They didn't even stop at the grill. It goes up above the windshield. Oh my god, it drives me bonkers. That's like... they've gone too far, man. That's just wrong. You don't do that to a Jeep. Sheesh. What are you thinking? Let's see. What's the scariest situation you've ever been in your Jeep? Okay, so I could probably label that down to 2 scenarios. The first one was I was actually dicking around in Roush Creek. So they have like stone walls and stuff that you can climb up on, and most people like flex like a tire. And what I did is I flexed the first tire, got it up there. I'm like, okay, this is fun. I'm like, screw it, we'll push it. So I get the rear tire to go up too. But the second that rear tire goes up, the whole Jeep starts to lean like this. I'm like, oh boy. So I had to freaking crank it right and power out of it. And there's people talking to me on the CB at the time. It was all on GoPro, thank God. But you could hear the guy going, oh, and then the Jeep, doof. And you're just like, oh, nice save. Yeah, that was scary. That's when you learn that 40 degrees is too much tilt. So that one was like, that got my heart racing a little. I felt bad because so I also had a passenger in the car that wasn't one of my buddies. It was like one of the other guys like cousins or like I don't know, like some younger girl. Like I would have felt really bad because the Jeep would have fallen her side. It would have felt like shit. So thank God I had the reaction time to pull out of that. The other time, I'd have to say probably Moab. There were some really sketchy parts on there where you're up on like a cliffside and you can actually see pockets of the dirt that give out underneath. So you're riding on the side. This was, I think, it was last year's day 5 when we were on what the hell is something Creek, Cane Creek, when we were at the Hamburger Hill section. So I busted my rim, and we didn't have any spare. Like we did have a spare, but it was at camp. So the one guy didn't come with us. He was at camp. So we're like, hey, can you bring the spare? But he would have had to do the whole Hamburger Hill in reverse to get to us in a Jeep that was mostly broken. Like I forget if he was having transmission issues. It wasn't working. So I had to use the Wrangler guy's 37 on the front. So I couldn't use my locker. So I got mismatched front tires trying to stay on the hill. The only good thing is it was on the driver's side, so the tire was bigger, so I was leaning away from the rocks, but you're looking down and you're like, oh, okay, let's not mess up here. In the dark, by the way. So yeah, that was great. That was, yeah, that's one of, like, because we sat around for a while, like an hour trying to figure out, so we also didn't have signal out there. We're in the middle of the thing. There's not really any signal, but one of our Baja buddies, Larry, he's a freaking godsend. He gave us a satellite phone. He's like, listen, take this with you, because when you're out there and you don't have signal, you're gonna wish your ass that you had one of these. So we're trying to text on a satellite phone, bring tire Cane Creek, and then like coordinates or something. And there's coyotes out there because the one guy, 2 guys went out to try to see how far the trail went, and they said they saw a coyote somewhere. The one guy had a pistol on him, but he's like, I don't know if I'd be able to take the damn thing down. So yeah, that was pretty rough out there in Moab, man. It's no joke. Let's see what we got. Let's see. It's like Bow Wow's VW in Tokyo shirt. Holy shit. Yeah, but at least they had a reason, you know, like, you can't do much with a car, so if it doesn't go fast, at least make it look cool. I need to rewatch the frickin' the original Fast and Furious series. I'd like to get a good recap on those. Or like play like the old games, like the PlayStation 2, like Need for Speed Underground. I'd love to get into a playthrough of those, man. I'm dying to do some frickin' racer bullshit on the PS2. Let's see, my father just finished working on a 2016 Wrangler for customer, lifted everything, got mudded, started an engine noise, didn't bother to clean it off. Yeah, that's the worst. Like, that's one of the reasons why I don't mud anymore, is because, you know, you get 5 minutes of mudding versus 5 years of suffering through all the shit that falls in your face afterwards. So I'm not really a fan of mud. I'd rather do the rocks. But yeah, it's ridiculous. Okay, I gotta figure out what I was doing. Let's see if all these REMs work now. Took a lot longer than expected. Yes, we got ourselves a glowy light. That's what we like. Cool. Alright, so that's another one down. Add that to the box. Yeah, as far as things that they could have got wrong, this was a pretty annoying one to get wrong. Ugh. Okay. Let's see. How stressful was it when you realized that your death wobble was going to be a really hard? So that was another issue. That was the last time that we left off, basically, was the death wobble. So that's another reason. That is another reason why I hated AGR so much, because of how long it took. So I had the box popping issue in the springtime. So after the last wheeling trip, I'm pretty sure I spotted that. So I'm like, all right, let's try and get this fixed. So I'm going to get a new box. It took me a month to get a box. from the original guy, the used one, then it took about 2 months to get a working box from AGR. So my entire summer was gone uh, before I could even try to diagnose what the hell the problem was. So I'm down to the wire with about a month left to try to fix the damn death wobble with no idea, hoping that the box was the issue. Put the box in, didn't fix it. Tried changing some joints and fixing some other things, wasn't the issue. I'm down to 1 week now before I go to Moab, and I still don't have a fix. So that sucked. But luckily, I just pulled through and was like, all right, last thing I can even think of is ball joints. Screw it. I picked them up from Rock Auto. They got to my door in like, I think it was less than 48 hours or something. And I threw them on, I think, 2 or 3 days before I left for the trip. And thank God that fixed the problem. My other backup was one of those. I thought maybe the box was flexing because the frame was bent or something. That's what I thought the popping was. So I actually got one of those, the really cheap frame stiffener mounts that you get from Quadratech for like 60 bucks. It's just a bar that mounts the passenger side, and it's got a C-clamp on the pitman shaft. That was going to be my next backup, but luckily the ball joints did it. My dog is complaining. I gotta let him out real quick. Yeah, Need for Speed. Yes. Oh my God, dude. Like that's what I grew up on, man. Racing games. That was my favorite. Cause I like when I started on PC gaming, I had like off road. So like Test Drive Off Road 3, absolute favorite. I love that game to death. The soundtrack, the driving, everything, modding the vehicles. That's probably where like most of that started. Um, let's see. What's the other big one? 4x4 Evo 2. That one was cool because you could kind of explore and race around like deserts and stuff. But the soundtrack was weird. Like the band that they got was like definitely like a smaller band, and it's yeah, that was interesting. But I like that one a lot. And then like you get into the other racing games, like the PlayStation era. That was mostly like cars. So you had all the Need for Speed series, Underground, Underground 2, Most Wanted. In the PlayStation, I think it was still 2. It was what the hell was it? Hot Pursuit 3. That was another favorite. I like that one a lot. I think I found the problem on my 93 PCM. 2 chips or resistor clacked it half against the heatsink. Yeah, it's probably a good like it should be fairly easy to find the issue. You'll find something burnt or something bent. But the hard part's going to be finding out what values they are. So yeah, good luck on that. We got another one. Oh yeah, look at that. So this one's interesting because it's got like half and half with the way that the glue turned out. So that's kind of interesting. I wonder if it's a little too tight. At this point, I kind of just got to run it. I don't really have the time to redo it much anymore. How's the music level anyway? Is that like too loud, or it's probably too quiet? I'm gonna crank it up 1, and let's see if that bothers you too much. Got you a nice life hack here. If you don't have any chocolate covered pretzels, you kind of just make some on your own. A nice little pile of M&Ms. Ready to take a bite. Yeah, and the worst part with those resistors is, you know, when they get damaged, you can't measure them to see what the resistance is, so you can try and chuck something in there, unless you can figure out what they're for. Test drive off-road, got me into trucks. Hell yeah, dude. It's so good. I used to have the whole soundtrack on my freaking Walkman MP3 player. I listen to them all the time, dude. Gran Turismo, yeah. Back on PlayStation 2, I think I had one of the Gran Turismos. It was, you know, it was a good, like a sim racer. Secret tip for death wobble: air your tires up. Yeah, that was one of the other ones I tested. Was to see if the tire pressure was wrong. Didn't help much. Off-road game where you could drive through hills and such. You remember like what system it was, or how old it was, or if it was popular? Because like 4x4 Evo comes to mind, because that one you could kind of like sidetrack and go down the maps, and they had missions. So if you didn't want to race, they put like things around that you had to like discover and stuff. That was actually really cool. Let's see. I played that until I had most cars. Fatal save. No, that is the worst, dude. The freaking power goes out and you can't save. I remember those days. Oh, the days of yes, because bug guy. Yes, dude. I had that issue. So when my parents first got me a PlayStation 2 for like Christmas or something, they didn't get memory cards because, you know, parents don't know that kind of stuff. So I think that was Need for Speed Underground, like the first one. So I was playing that and building and trying to get through the campaign, but I couldn't turn the PlayStation 2 off because I didn't have a memory card to save, because the PlayStation 2 used a different memory card than the PlayStation 1. So yeah, I probably left that on for like 2 days straight until we could go to Best Buy and get a memory card. God. PTE. What 3D printer are you using? So I've got a Quiddy Tech 1 3D printer. It's basically like a knockoff of the Flash Forge. It's dual extruder, enclosed, heated bed, all that good stuff. Let's see if I can turn you around here. So it's actually running right now. And I have a exhaust system set up. So that actually runs out the window, hooked up to a computer fan. So that actually, that's hooked up to that one because that one's a little more nasty. But yeah, so I have that one sucking the stuff out. I lost my plug. Okay, plug that on there. Whoa! Almost lost. Just stay with me. Close your eyes. It's a bumpy ride. Yeah, this is super freaking scuffed right here, but that's what we got. Okay, let's see. I can't think of too many PlayStation 2 off-road games that I had. Well, 4x4 Evo 2, I think there was a PlayStation port. Let's see. Problem I had wasn't my saves, but I yanked too hard on the PS2 controller after losing neck to neck. Oh no, you've like pulled the wires apart. When I was younger, I used to take them apart. My master plan was to try to put like the guts of a PlayStation 2 controller into an Xbox controller, because I like how the Xbox one felt, but being like, I don't know how old I was, it's probably like 12 or something, like you get the circuit board out, you're like, oh fuck, I don't know what to do now. And yeah, that never got back together. Let's see, a weird question by the way, my Jeep has this weird problem. You know, what Jeep doesn't? Does yours talk too? The printer, it doesn't talk, but it does sing, it makes noises. the sensor that goes to my distributor cap, the little wire that comes out of the... What? I'm assuming you mean like your distributor in general? Like it's lower down, right? Like, so you have your cap and you have the distributor base and you got the little pigtail that comes out. That's your... let's see. When I wire around... Wait, when I wire around when the engine is running, the car shuts off. So like when it's running and you wiggle it, it shuts off? Or the sensor that goes to my distributor? I'm trying to think, because the if you're talking about Renix, it uses what's called a sync sensor. It's not technically a cam sensor because it's only an on or off signal, so it can only know cylinder 1 or cylinder 6 is at top dead center. That's all it knows, and that's just used for the computer to time what injector fires first. So it'll look for that and see the change from 1 to 6 and go, okay, this is the pattern we need to know. But I didn't think that messing around with that would kill the car. Yeah, you're sure it's on the distributor and not the coil, right? It's not under the coil, because that would kill it, because that is the ECM square wave that actually fires the coil. So if you mess that wire, I could see that one killing it. It never shuts off during hard road or anything like that. So oh, it's a 95. Okay. Yeah, that is a cam sensor, and but I would think that it would still be able to run off of the crank, like the CPS, the crank position sensor. I think the cam is just for better timing, but I'm not entirely sure. I don't know as much about the HOs. All I simply have to do is wiggle the wire. Huh. I mean, I guess if that's the case, then it sounds like you know what the problem is. Something's loose. Let's see. Yes, I didn't get a memory card with my PS2 either. Okay, I'm gonna look up the game. Yeah. See what you can find. I didn't game too much. Like, I didn't have too many off-road games on the PlayStation 2, but yeah, like, oh, if you want to go really far back, like the PlayStation 1 Test Drive Off-Road 5, you should see the freaking resolution on that thing, man. You're driving freaking boxes around, but it's still fun. But my CD's scratched, so when I get to a certain level, the game crashes, so I can't beat it. I really wanted to play through it, and then I figured, all right, I'll get an emulator. But the emulator crashes on my computer sometimes. But when it does work, the graphics look so much better. Like, it is like 10 times better looking on an emulator. So whatever it's doing, it's really nice. I wish I could get it to work right. I'd love to play that game when I had free time. So you think the wire just needs to be replaced at some point? Rapidly push the gas for more traction. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think what would be on the cap. Like, it's a sensor, right? It's not like one of the spark plug things. I would assume you mean like if you're at the top of the cap, it's coming out of the side. Because if that's the case, that's your cam sensor. So yeah, you could check and see if that's like chafing out or the connector's messed up or something. Have you check the connector? Yeah. Yeah, see what you can find. I'm not an HO expert. I don't know as much about that. Did a good 10 to do it. I will say, man, that's really freaking cool when you can just, go over to a machine and pick out a fully, like, manufactured part. Like, this is the future, man. It really is so cool. Let's see what we got. Yeah, the cam sensor is there on the distributor. It's not called a cam sensor. The part still causes something else. It's not called a cam sensor. What would they call it? Something weird. Check the connector, corrosion clean. Let me look at the service manual. I can pull up some info on this here. I'm not as familiar with the HO because some of that changes. Also, how's the frame rate for you guys? Like, I'm watching this on YouTube and this seems kind of weak. Yeah, that's kind of gross. I wonder if there's a way to up the battery. Probably not on mobile. Let's see what 720 looks like. Is that any better? That's a little better. I guess it's not terrible for a phone. Whatever. Not bad for a first stream, right? Yeah. Lots of manuals for yeah, right? Yeah, sorry for the vertical. Like, if I turn you sideways, you can't see what I'm working on. It's like if I try to put you like that, it's like half of me and half of that. So I'm sure you don't want to stare at my dick all day. So this is what we got for now. God, this is so jank. Man, we've been going for 3 hours. It's crazy. Thanks for sticking with me for so long. I guess I'm not terribly uninterested. I forgot to ask, how's the music? Is the music too loud? Let's see. Use a little cup, it spins on the bottom. It's called a switch plate on Crown Auto. Interesting. 3 names, ignition sensor. It's too late to laugh out loud. Good on music. Okay, cool, thanks. And cam position. Yeah, I like cam position's like the generic term. I don't know if Chrysler calls it something weird. Usually they just have really weird acronyms for their things. So yeah, I forget. But again, more things to go down the rabbit hole if you try to get into HO. That's why I'm sticking to being a Renix expert, because when you try to mix Renix and HO, like they're so different. It's a lot to try to remember, so I'd rather just stick to one thing and know it really well. At least for now, anyway. Yeah, okay. Back to programming, right? What we were doing like an hour ago. Okay. Okay, let's see if they work. Test program, okay. So upload this. Gotta stay organized. That's another fun thing, is you get to be your own freaking stock manager. Make sure you got, every single part in existence in stock, because if you run out of one thing, it doesn't work. So this isn't bad. This is just for modding the REM. These are out after the fact, so we got like adapter stuff, mod jack, gyroscope, DMM stuff in the back, batteries. But that's like level 1. So if we want to go to level 2, so when I build small batches of boards that I have to build myself, this is what it looks like. So what I get is just some oh, crash for a second. Okay, we're back. Okay. Yeah, so we get some circuit boards that are plain, and a stencil, and we smear paste, solder paste on it, and then we have to sit here and nitpick 50,000 different components here. Every single little damn thing you could think of on this damn board. Resistors and stuff. They're all organized, so I can just pick and place them and put them on there. And we use these little micro tweezers. Let me put a thumb there for size. Super, super tiny. To pick up these little grains of sand and put them on there. So I gotta do those with the TFCs and the Nifty shifter screens. But the other stuff, when I order them, they're already pre-built, because I can't do that anymore. It's too time consuming. So now when I get them, so now when I get them through assembly, like one of these little bags. So I have them make like 20 of these at a time. So they got all the little parts on them. And then I just put on the little extras after the fact. Let's see here. Okay, what are we missing here? So, yeah, kind of dumb question after looking at the photo of it online. My wires are probably just loose. And, you know, never hurts to ask. Imagine the rage. Yeah, try putting that on Facebook page, dude. See what happens. Oh my god. Club XJ. Oh, well, CPS sensor. Wow, did you even check Google? Yeah, they're pretty rough. I think it was a test drive. Oh, test drive wide open. Yeah, I never played the wide open one. I think that one was a little later. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, try looking at the connectors more closely. They're not that hard. Electrical problems can be a huge headache, especially 12-volt forms aren't. Yeah, yeah. Like, you know, they always go with the way the internet. Like Facebook really is the new form poster now. It's really only the dedicated guys that go on, like, you know, Jeep Forum or Cherokee Forum or what is it, the Comanche Club, stuff like that. NaxJ. It's really only the old farts. They're still going because that's just what they know best. That's where all their information is. But yeah, it'd be nice to be able to search through and find things easier. But yeah, everyone's on Facebook now, so that's just where they go. I'm even on Facebook from time to time, posting stuff or commenting on things. Mostly the Renix USA group. If you're not in that, that's the place to be. I'm in there all the time. So if you got questions, that's the place to be for Renix. Yeah. See, I mean, yeah, I can see, like, if forums like got with the times, they need to be more organized. Especially for someone like me who has, like, a short attention span. I don't want to have to sit here and read their whole life story for 5 posts until they find out it was something dumb. Like, at the beginning, there should be a thing like a one-sentence question of, like, this is my problem, and then vote if it was fixed or if it wasn't fixed, and if it was, put the answer to the question. So, you know, Jeep doesn't start when hot. Question. Answer. Oh, you know, my battery was, you know, not hooked up or something dumb like that. You know, like, just something real easy to go in and out. And if you needed more detail, then read through. That would be so great to be able to run through and have, here's a question and here's a solution. That would be, I'd love that. Anyway, back to what we were doing. Okay, upload you. Okay, let's see. Favorite part if they come to life. Yay. Das blinking light. Yes. But the other problem with wanting that solution is that you're also counting on your members to be good. Because, like, most people that go on there, you know, they'll ask questions when they have a question, but then they'll figure it out on their own, or they'll give up or something, and you just find dead threads all the time. So I hate that when you go through and there's, like, no answer, or they don't post the solution or something. That drives me up the walls. You're like, this is my problem, this is everything I need, and you stopped right at the end. Like, thanks for being that guy. Drives me nuts. Let's see. Surprised my XJ is 300,000 on the front. Damn, not bad. I'm expecting a rewire. The wire to the interior lights and headliners. Oh, yeah, that's not fun. Instead, it's 30 posts of, did you search? Yeah. Did you search? Yeah, I searched, and yeah, every forum that I found didn't have an answer. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, you don't want to hear the same people ask the same questions over and over again, but it's a balance. Sometimes you have to hit the headliner for the interior. Yeah, a lot of them never come back. Like it's that human decency thing, you know? It's like when you go shopping and you don't put your freaking shopping cart back. That's the same thing. It's like people don't come back. Like you come to the forum for support, but you don't put in your, you know, you don't give them your dues. If you're gonna use it, you should try to return back to the community. Help the next guy out, because it might just be you. Pretty sure most forums use MySQL, which unless you have the 3 magical keyword. Yeah, Yeah, that's rough as well, is trying to make sure that what you type in actually brings you the problem. And if you mistype it, or someone, you know, puts it in differently, or yeah. And that's another fun one. Almost as bad as I fixed my problem thing. Oh, God, that would drive me nuts. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, well, what was the solution there, bud? Asshole. Whatever. You might be able to fix your Jeep, but you can't fix stupid. Yeah, so this is another fun part. This is probably too bright for you guys to see, but there's a pattern over here. Let's see if I can get you in there. Yeah, it's a little too blurry, but there's a pattern I have that flashes on here, so I can check the contrast. So I set the contrast to these to make sure they perform optimally before I send them out. Okay. So I'm just going to leave these, and we'll upload the software all at the end. So we got one. Let's check number 2. Yeah, it'd be nice to automate this too, so I could step through these and go, okay, upload the test program, and then upload the time updater, and then upload the actual REM program. But that was if I was a computer nerd and actually spent the time. You know, you put in 5 hours to save 5 minutes. Usually how programming works. And a couple, just checking, I closed all in. Good, short, and detailed. Ooh, you have an IAT sensor? Man, you're gonna be Mr. Popular. Those things are hard to come by on Renix, man. That's Renix gold. I don't think Darren Parson XJ is that nice. I don't actually know what that is. See some fancy builder. Let's see what comes up. Oh, he's the guy that made that LS swap, yeah. I don't really look into that crap too much. Cool, I guess, but... okay, so this one passes next. This one. Very happy that these things work first try, because that's another thing. Trying to get the damn bootloader chips to sit on there straight. I couldn't even do that, man. Like, it's just, what a nightmare. Glad someone else can finally do that part for me. Cool. Alright, got some good ones. Pop the batteries in. I was getting really ballsy. Wow, it's only 2? Alright. I'm not doing too bad. Still got another 3 hours to burn. So 13 viewers, not bad. Kind of impressed this many people still came around. Like, I haven't posted videos in like forever. I don't know, like, if YouTube like notified you guys, or if you were just like browsing through the feed and like the live thing popped up, or if you saw it through the Facebook post. Oh, right. My phone's over there. Let's use the computer then. If this is interesting, I might stream more often if it gains traction. Just something to do in the background to bullshit around with. It's kind of fun. Like I said, I've been watching Twitch streamers a lot, and it seems like it's a little interesting. I don't think I'd get much done, but it looks kind of cool. Yeah, reach isn't too bad. Let's see what we got. I just happened to be looking through my subscriptions. Oh wow, look at that. Hey. Yeah, I guess if you have like the bell notification on, that it would like actually tell you or something like that. So that's cool. Alright, so now for the fun, we get to upload the time. So that one has a number. Finally up to unit 650. That is badass. Yeah, like actually when I went on my YouTube homepage, it popped up. So I'm like, alright, I guess that's what it looks like. So that's cool. Okay. 651. Upload. Oh yeah, that's looking crisp. Very nice. Yeah, I'm excited for these REMs. This is the version 5.3 batch. So one of the things I did was a little bit of resistor magic, so that the contrast, like it's only a very narrow window it can be adjusted to now. So when I turn it on, it shows text right off the bat. Because the old versions, it was at like a halfway point. So when you plug it in, you'd have to adjust it to even see anything. So I also had the contrast wired to the 3-volt line, because I figured that the contrast should have a constant voltage. I figured that the voltage was an issue. So I wired it to 3-volt, because on the 5-volt rail, when you plug it into USB, it goes through a diode and it drops. So there's a little bit of voltage drop on USB. I figured, okay, that's why it's dropping. But I found out that the contrast is more of a ratio between the screen's input voltage and the contrast. So it was actually better on the 5 volts, so that when it changed, they kind of stuck together more. I know that's like nerd talk, but what that really means is now the contrast is better between USB and 12 volt. On the older versions, when you plug it into USB, it would get noticeably dimmer. Now it's a lot closer. So it's little crap tweaks like that eventually make the products good. The stuff you will learn when you try to develop products, man. The rabbit holes and weeks of head scratching you will go through for goofy ass problems. It's not for the faint of heart. Excellent. Now we can put the real program on. We're up to version 9.15 now. So this is technically, I'd call this more beta code, because I haven't like officially released it. But I was working on this because there's a customer that's got like a really fucked up Jeep, and he's using the wideband tuner. So he's a little older and not very technologically advanced, or however you'd like to kindly put that. So basically I've been learning how to baby down everything to make it more coherent, but honestly that makes a much better product. So I am thankful that we've been able to work together so long, because now the wideband stuff is actually it's coming together really well. Because for a while it was really just me using it and anyone else brave enough to try. So now it's like, so if we go through, if I can show you this, that's a little bright. Yeah, let's turn that down. Let's go to settings, display, let's turn that bright. Is that better? Yeah, that's bright. There you go. Okay, so now in I think we're 9.15 or something. We'll go to more. I don't know if this is backwards or not. It might be. But we have settings now, and if we scroll down, we have an entire wideband menu. So now everything is adjustable here. So you can select your pin very easily, and it's smart, so they're labeled really easy. So you got the port and the mod jacks all spelled out, nice and easy. We have the wideband range for what sensor you're using. If you're using the tuner, so you can have it just read AFR, or you can have it output the RENX signal, and we even have the loop helper in an option. I might add some other things like lean idle if you wanted it to idle a little leaner, or like maybe like a power mode or something if you wanted like an off-road mode so the target automatically goes higher or something. But it depends how far I want to go into that. I think our better bet is for map tuning, because we have a lot more control. Because with the wideband, you're stuck to closed loop. So if you're not in closed loop, you can't actually tune it. So that's kind of a pretty big downfall. So when I get that map tuner figured out, man, it's going to make RENX a hell of a lot better, I'll tell you that much. They might actually be worth a damn. All in due time. Heck yeah, man. I'm excited. Like, it's a little selfish, but I really am excited to use it on my own Jeep. Like, I've been wanting to work on that for so long, so I can get my own damn Jeep to run right. Because once I can get that thing running, and I can step on the gas and actually go somewhere and see what a tuned stroker actually feels like. Oh my god. I can't wait for that day. Great. These cases take forever to print out. I know I printed out a good one somewhere. How did that thing get to? Let's see what we got here. Have you seen the XJ with independent suspension in the front? I have not. I've always thought 400 XJ builds would be cool. Yeah. Like, if you got a reason for them, that would be pretty neat to have like a Baja racer or something. I think it might have been a Jeep Speed Jeep, right? If I recall, they swapped an independent front on there, and that thing was badass. Let's see the magic here. It's like painting with heat. Have you ever seen thermal paper before? This does the same thing. If it's the right kind, you can totally black out like a shipping label or something like this. Really cool. Also kind of useful for pulling stickers off packages or melting heat shrink. You'd be surprised how useful heat guns are, man. This thing's great. And this thing gets so hot you can solder with it. So you can actually pick components off the board. It's pretty nuts. So I'll get this in the shot. This part's gonna be cool. Watch all the nasty white go away. That's so cool. Beautiful. Okay, question. Have you ever had someone send back one? Yeah. So, occasionally I'll have like issues where I wasn't able to test it enough, so like it got shipped with like some kind of issue. That's usually with like newer products, like beta products. Um, but I make sure to make that pretty clear that like this is new. You're getting it for a cheaper price at the expense of testing it to see if the damn thing actually works. Um, so like the last Nifty shifter, like the 97 up that I shipped, that one actually had a couple different issues with it. I don't know what the hell the problem was. One of the logic gates was burnt out, and that was like causing some issues. Both of the logic gates on the screen were having issues, so it wasn't displaying the right gear, and it wasn't doing the right thing even if it did work. But yeah, so he sent that back. I messed with that for like a week, finally got that working and sent that back. But definitely a good return on investment, because when he shared it to Facebook, that thing blew up. Oh my god, everyone loved that thing. That's my favorite part, man, when someone shares to the community and like people just go nuts. Oh, makes it all worth it. But yeah, I'd say that the return rate is actually fairly low. Most things can be fixed on the user's end if it's just like a software bug or something silly. The biggest issue that I have with most of these products is that the 12 volt regulators pop for some reason or another. So the main complaint will be that the unit doesn't turn on or something like that, and the light inside the case doesn't work. So I've had issues where like someone tried to jumpstart their Jeep and somehow it blew out the regulator. I have no idea why. Like they're super sensitive, I guess, to voltage spikes. So this new version right here, version 5.3, I've got a catch diode to see if that will sync any any spikes. If that doesn't work, I guess I could try putting like an inductor on it or something. Like this is the problem. Like a lot of the stuff that I do is trial and error. You know, I never went to like some fancy college to learn electrical engineering and take years of courses. I'm just figuring this out as I go along. So basically, someone has a problem, and I try to fix the problem, and then we go from there. Oh well. So yeah, can't believe how many people ask what it is. Yeah, like that's something you gotta learn. Is that like there's always that one guy that's learning about it for the first time. That you learn that a lot when you're teaching people as well. Like when you do a video, and you try to explain something, and people are like, "But you didn't cover this." I'm like, you don't know how to like jack up a truck, or you don't know what a jack stand is, or how to use a voltmeter. But for a lot of people, like this is the first time for them learning something, so you're always going to have that time where you gotta explain it. I just figure that means more people in the community, so hard to complain, I guess. But it does get annoying when you have a newbie that isn't good at learning on their own, and they just keep constantly asking questions, and they're not thinking for themselves. They're just asking why instead of looking it up. So yeah, those people aren't as fun. But when they're generally trying to learn, it's just they just don't know what they're doing. I don't mind showing them what's up. Another thing this company did when they installed it, the damn light sensors are so close. Like, you look at how these stick up. Like, they're so far on the edge here. They don't want to sit flat, so they won't fit in the case. So that's kind of a pain. Such is life. So for the 13 people that have actually stuck around, where are you guys from anyway? I'm assuming it's probably not 2 a.m. for you right now. Yeah, I know you're from New Jersey. You must be a night owl just like me. California, Kentucky. Really? Canada? Ain't that spiffy? Illinois. Ah, yep, good old third shift. Yes, sir, the midnight, the graveyard shift. Yep. Come on, you pain in the ass. Okay, we're so close. I'm trying to get this damn thing to bend out, and it does not want to let go. Let's see what we got. Typically, just started working again, so it's really throwing me off being awake during the day. Yeah. I started, I think at the beginning of the month, somewhere around there. So it's back to the grind. At least I don't have to wake up in the morning. Many international orders, occasionally. So when the Nifty shifters blew up, I actually got some interest from Australia. So I believe we have 2 orders out to there. So that's another continent to the list, man. That is awesome. I always wanted to ship something out to Australia. Not having to get up quite as early for work these days allows you to stay up a little later. Yeah, definitely. I don't know, man. It makes me want, like, now that we have technology, you know, you got electricity, you can run lights 24/7. I don't know. I feel like sometimes the normal day hours are a little outdated, you know. More of a 24-hour system now. Oh, there are a bunch out there. Yeah, it's crazy. Like, it's most like. As expected, it's mostly all English-speaking countries, so it's really big in Europe, and stuff out there. Like, we get a lot of, I mean, maybe not a lot, but there was, I think, some Sweden, a couple Germany, all kinds of stuff out there. There's like a nice little row of stuff out in Europe. There's one in Russia. Got a couple to Hawaii. There's Puerto Rico. I forget. I don't think I've hit Central America or South America yet. But like, yeah, we're pretty much we're all international now. It's crazy. Got the 2 resistors out of the PCM. What is legible appears to be the same on both resistors, but that doesn't seem to be right. It could be. It depends what the circuit is. That's the hard part, like, when you don't actually know what you're messing around with, and you're just kind of like shooting in the dark, it might be a little more difficult to figure that out. There's got to be a better way to do this, come on. Left-handed action here. Speaking of flux, flux is your friend when you're doing electronics. This stuff is like liquid gold. Guess I could put you in the shot a little more, huh? Yeah, one of the biggest factors when trying to get clean solder is the flux. This is kind of like akin to when you're MIG welding and you use the argon gas, like a shielding gas, to make sure the atmosphere is good. This is sort of the same concept when you put the flux on. It helps make everything clean, and it makes the solder actually stick. Because after a while, once the solder, or when the flux starts to burn out, it starts to clump together and it doesn't stick well and all that crap. So yeah, when in doubt, add more flux. No flux given. Come on, you bastard. Yeah, you go. Alright, that is looking much better. Beautiful. I probably shouldn't be putting these in cases if they, well, yeah. See the fun part? People get mods, I gotta usually build them before I can assemble them. I'm calling it. Good conversation, man. Appreciate the banter. Awesome, man. Thanks for hanging out for so long. I know it's late. Figure I'll give those night owls something to do, and the streams might end up on the channel. I'll have to see what actually happens to them. So I guess, you know, those daytime walkers can watch some of this crap too if they really want to. Take it easy though. Morning people, you can't trust them. Something ain't right about that. I'm a little curious if I can look up the stats on this to see like how many people stick around and how many just check it out. I don't know how any of this stuff works. Alright, what do we want to do now? I could start DMM adapters. I could start screens for the Nifty shifters. There's only like a couple of those. Let's look through the order list, see who we can get out. Sometimes, like when it gets busy, I like the easy orders. It's like, oh, plain REM, straight, simple to the point. We can work with that. I think I looked out another resistor on the other side of the heatsink that isn't popped. Same text. Ooh. Very nice. You might not even need to remove it, depending on what kind of circuit it's in. If you're just testing from point to point, you should be able to get a pretty close thing. I know that on some resistors, the text means something. I forget how to read them, but it's some kind of math to figure out what the resistance is. It's not like the old days where you could look them up and go, oh, well, what's the color band on this mean? Alright, so our first order is back from May 19th. Jesus. So he got Bluetooth. So screw it. We'll just start putting some orders together, I guess. So luckily Bluetooth is easy. We don't have to take that out. I gotta order some more Bluetooth modules. Well, it does feel kind of official being surrounded by 2 3D printers now. Like it really makes it brings that office vibe, you know? You really feel like you're accomplishing something. And it's nice because like you can multitask, so instead of sitting there waiting like, alright, get the queue ready, what do I gotta print out next? What's next? What's next? It's like, alright, do something over there, let that sit, something over there, let that sit, and it's a lot easier on the brain. So once I start adding all these options and everyone wants something different, so it's a lot to keep track of. Go. So now they got a nice little Bluetooth adapter. Lucky them. I'd love to write a new Bluetooth app at some point because the current one's like it's okay, but it could be so much better. So Bluetooth. All right. Let's see, we got pH 41113, either top or TO6. That's all on resistors? How big are these friggin' resistors? Are we talking like 0603 or like some massive ones? Unless you just mean like the what's on the actual board itself, like their reference numbers. That could mean anything. That's just what it says. Oh, really? Like I said, like they must be big ass resistors. Any ideas on future products? I'm a member of Comanche Club. Hell yeah! And I'm seeing a lot of people asking for functioning blue door buzzers, the ones with headlight on warning. What? Asking for functioning blue... Oh, the door buzzers. Really? People are actually looking for those. I hear a lot of people just tear them out because they get pissed off at them all the time. Huh. Yeah, like, I feel like a door buzzer would probably be pretty, like a pretty universal part. I don't really have any new future products. Most of them are just revisions for one thing or the other. Like, so with the scanner, everyone's seen the regular REM, but I'd like to bring the clocks back. Everyone loved the clocks. They just had too many bugs, and they were too hard to build. So I had to take them off the shelf. But yeah, the clocks, everyone loved these damn things. They fit inside the dash and they look factory fresh, but I'll bring them back eventually. It's just a lot to take on right now. Besides the clocks, what else? I got the Nifty Shifter Juniors pretty much figured out, so just revisions on that. I want to revise the Trinity fan controllers to V3, so I want to put a new, it's going to use a new Arduino chip. It might not be like Arduino. I want to look into the ARM series chips because they're a lot faster and have a lot more storage, because I actually hit a limit on how much code I could fit on the TFC, so I can't really add new features. So I want to redo it, fix any bugs, make room for new code, and maybe redo the adapter, maybe include relays. so it's easier to hook up. A Nifty Shifter Pro, maybe, fully programmable. It would have semi-auto modes. You'd be able to change shift points, all kinds of stuff. But that's a lot to take on. Personally, I think it'd be kind of fun to build an automated tire filler. So most onboard tire filling takes forever, especially when you got massive tires. So what I want to do is make a solenoid that turns on and off. So you set the PSI, and it'll fill your tires so you can walk away, because it takes like 15 minutes to fill the tires. That, and make it clever so you have hoses that connect to each tire, and they all go to one port. So all the tires are the same pressure, and you fill them all up at once. So that would be really cool. You could even have them like, I've seen some people do that, where they run it through the frame rails, and they just have a little hose that hangs. So you clip that up out of the way until you need it, and you pull it down to pop it in on each tire, so they're all connected. That'd be a really cool way to air up as quickly as you can with a tiny little pump. Let's see. A big reddish resistor. Yeah, like how big are like, are these surface mount, or are they through hole? Are they like big ass resistors or something tiny? Not that would really help me narrow them down much, but what was I doing? Guess we could start shipping, yeah. I guess I'll start printing some manuals. That's another fun thing. So after all the product development, we also have the manuals. So you have to write them and design them and make them easy to fold. They're not that big, I guess. I guess like it would be easier if you were like an electrical engineer, because you'd know the sizes. Like, so on surface mount, they're usually it's a 4-number digit, and all it is, it's metric. So the first 2 numbers are like the length, and the last 2 numbers are the width or something. So you have like 1206 are pretty big. So if we look on this, on my Nifty shifters here, this right here I think is like a 1206 resistor. They're pretty big. And then like right next to them, the smaller ones here, these are 0603. I know it's not focusing. I wish I could do something about that, but then you got like the 0603 are the smaller ones. But yeah, like you can barely have any text on them at all. They're a black square with a metal plate on the back of it, with a hole at the top. Okay, yeah, so I don't think you have a resistor then. Black square with a metal plate on the back. It sounds like you're talking about, what would that be? That would be probably a power transistor or a MOSFET, if they're new enough. They're like, let me see if I got one. But yeah, it's a black square, and it's got like a metal, like a heatsink bracket on the back, right? Like with a hole through it. Fuck. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, is like a transistor or something. Yeah, so I actually have some. I was going to repair my Renix. I got a damaged Renix ECU. I was going to repair the power transistors because they blew out. But they look like this. Big square. They're pretty well sized. Yeah, that's either a power transistor, or it could be a voltage regulator, because the voltage regulators look like that. But if it blew out, it could be either of the two, honestly. But yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, so it was probably some kind of driver circuit that shorted or blew out, and yeah. Okay, it's probably got some driver resistors in there. Let me look at those numbers. PH4113. So I would assume it might be the first part. Yeah, usually what I'll try to do is search up the number and like put transistor maybe, and see if I can find any data sheets, because usually if you can find the data sheet, you'll learn everything about them. But sometimes it's harder to find the older parts. And then if I type in transistor, transistor data sheet. Oh, I see TO6 comes up. I think you mentioned that. The only problem is all these damn things are in Spanish. What is this? Translate, please. Okay, so it looks like it is an NPN silicon transistor, yeah. It's a TO220 size package, so yeah, if you could find what kind of transistor, let me try typing that in, is a TO6. High power. Yeah, that's my best guess, is a high power NPN transistor, because if it's got 3 pins on it. But trying to source the right one could be tricky, but most of them are... it doesn't have to be perfect, depending on what they're being used for. They're basically just relays. Yeah. Oh, Herb Dirt, hello. Yeah, you said you were talking about the frickin' the alternator circuit. The yeah, yep. The internal regulator circuit. Yeah. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, if you could find one, you know, you might be onto something. If you search around, maybe, and see if anyone else has done that. Especially if you type in like Jeep Cherokee HO internal regulator ECU fix or some kind of buzzword like that. Anyway, printing manuals. Six of those bad boys. That's the other thing I like about this friggin' laser printer. It's like super high def. Like, I didn't realize how bad inkjet printers were until I saw this laser printer work. Like, it also spits them out so quick. Like, my old printer would take so long to sit there and try and buzz through the lines to get them all. I'm like, wow, this thing is struggling. This guy's just like, yeah, give me like 10 seconds to warm up and just, whoop, whoop. Damn, burning through them. They look so much nicer, dude. For business, ooh, you gotta get that laser printer. It's so nice. It's gonna suck when I gotta replace the cartridges. It's a color laser printer, so you got 4 different sets of toner. I think they're like $150 a piece or some crap, but I think it's worth it. Oh no. PCs, man, what else are they good for? Let me get some water, I'll be right back. And we're back. Stay hydrated. Get your groceries. Where the hell are you located at? Unless you're going to like Walmart or something. But thanks for hanging out, man. I actually just went grocery shopping today. Got me all kinds of good stuff. I love going bulk shopping, man. Get some nice meats. Got some steaks in the fridge ready for tomorrow. I like to cook sometimes. Well, kind of have to, but... I can make a mean burger. Put some Worcestershire sauce in there. You want to get fancy? We take Texas toast and you grill that with the burgers. And you sandwich a nice bacon cheeseburger between two buns of Texas toast. Oh, that is so good. 10 p.m. I think is mandatory in my county. Mandatory for what? Like, when do you guys still have a curfew, or? Okay, so everything shuts down. Yeah, some places have weird stuff like that where like the hours just shut down. Like, it's interesting to see like a state-by-state basis. Because like when I went out to Utah, it blew my mind that they can only serve ground beef fully cooked. Or like, I don't know if it was well done. I think it was well done though. Like if you wanted a burger, you can't get pink out in Utah. I thought that was pretty crazy. But let's see. Cheesesteak on garlic bread with oh my god. What's up? You actually got mentioned by one of your buddies. I forget who it was, but they said we should go wheeling sometime, but I told them the Jeep's still kind of broke. So, yep. I figured I'd try something new out. I'm just bullshitting. I just got some REMs in, so this is what the new REM looks like. Got some nice red text on there. It's not super clear, but it's not really much I can do about it. But I'm going to start sending these out, so just getting them ready for shipping. I haven't made a video in I don't know how many months, so I figure I'll stream and see what it's like. That way you guys can see live, first person, what the heck I'm going through every day. Why I don't make videos. This stuff literally eats all of my time. There's a lot that goes into designing and shipping and selling products. You never sit down and think, oh man, gotta put some time down to fold user manuals, but that is part of the process. So if you use a pencil or something, you get very clean crevices, so they actually fold really tight. But yeah. I wish I could get these to focus closer, but like, dude, the laser printer makes this so clean. Like the text is so sharp, and I think it's water resistant. I haven't actually tried it yet, but yeah, it should be water resistant, so they should actually last a little longer. I haven't listened to this Pandora station in so long, dude. This has got like all the old Tool songs on it. Oh my god, I love vibing out to that, man. Yeah, The Patient. Oof. It's so melodic, it just flows. I'm gonna save the research on the transition for another day, and 3 a.m. Yeah, I feel that. Well, I feel most of that. So like most of the time I stay up late to try to burn myself out, so I'll actually go to bed. Otherwise I'll just be up for hours. But yeah, good luck on that transistor. Hopefully you can locate it. Maybe get that up and running again. Thanks for hanging out. Oh yeah. Gotta show that Jersey love. Whatever that's worth. I'd assume everyone that has been here so far knows what's going on, but in case there are any newbies, I'm just running through business as usual. My REMs, the Renix engine monitors, came in a couple days ago, hot off the presses, so I'm running full force to try to get everyone shipped out. So, got the printers running in the background, all three of them, and I'm trying to stuff them all together and ship them out as quickly as humanly possible. So, yep, typical day, night, something like that. If this does get uploaded to YouTube, I wonder how many DMCA hits I'm gonna get. I'm just gonna end up like muting the entire freaking stream. Like, yeah, you can't do that. That was a big thing on Twitch. I don't know how many people are like into the Twitch scene, but I think like a week or two ago, the DMCA was trying to come down really hard on Twitch streamers to the fact that like they were looking through their old. I think VODs were okay, but clips and things like that, if they had any kind of copywritten music in the background, that their accounts would get striked. And if they got 3 strikes, they were perma-banned. Like they were completely, you know, they would just get taken off the platform. And for some people, that is their job. As silly as it sounds, they're Twitch streamers. So to see like your entire, you know, everything fall apart because of you listened to some song in the background 3 years ago and it got clipped, like it was ridiculous. But I think that finally got settled out. So, because what the conclusion was that people don't go onto Twitch to try to copyright, like to pirate music. They don't go on there and go, oh, let me try and, you know, listen to this song, because that's not how it works. It's just the music ended up being in the background. So if anything, you're just getting more views and stuff. So I think that finally got settled out, so people aren't losing their accounts anymore. But Twitch is it's a volatile platform, man. I could not imagine trying to actually live off that. Okay. All right, you guys are gonna get to see magic in the making. The first REM V5.3 finally getting packed up and sent out to the lucky winner. Yeah, YouTube hasn't been too bad. Like, I actually got a comment a couple days ago of someone that was like, man, how is this guy still able to advertise when he's got the music playing in the background all the time? But the main trick is, one, how loud it is, like how clear it comes out, and how long you play it for. So if it's under 30 seconds, they usually don't flag you for it. So like in my off-road videos, the radio's on all the time. So the only time that I get flagged is when I have a clip playing that's more than 30 seconds. And if you're really lucky, what you do is they have a like a program that'll automatically remove it from the background. So you upload it, it'll flag you and say your account is in good standing, but you can't monetize because this song, this song, this song. So you go through, you click on the song, and there's a beta option to tell it to remove the song. So it runs it through some processor to remove the song and I guess re-upload the audio. But the fun thing is it only takes out what it thinks is the song. But if you listen, you can still make it out. It's just like, it's a little more muffled. So I can legally, advertise now, and the song's still kind of technically out. So yeah, that's fine in my book. Whatever keeps them happy. So like I said, remember all that packing material? I reuse all this stuff now, so I'll just pick you up and show you that. So over here, that is the packing area. So we've got mountains of frickin' bubble wrap from other orders. So yeah, I save it all, and I can reuse it. I haven't had to order bubble wrap in quite a while actually now. Let's see. I got away with actual clear corn at the end, got flagged, and beat it by saying it was transformative. Okay, wow, you got lucky. Yeah, I haven't tried to really fight anything. Like most of the time I don't care, because for off-road videos I don't really monetize them much anyway. I'll put little things here and there, but I don't go crazy with that. How do you like your engine mounts? I'm going to replace mine soon, but can't decide whether or not to. Ooh, yeah. So I like the rubber a lot, a lot. It definitely stiffens it up. And from what I've heard, the main consensus is for the XJs, do the rubber. If you're a YJ, you can do the poly. The reason for the YJ is because it's a body on frame, so there's the rubber isolators between the body. So the poly mounts, the vibrations don't go through as much. But yeah, for the XJ, I'd definitely say rubber. I like my brown dogs a lot. Although for some reason, I don't know if my transmission doesn't sit at the right spot or something. They're kind of they're forced back a little bit. I don't know what the deal is with that, but besides that, yeah, they're great. I'm still running a stock transmission mount though. At some point, I should probably get a better one. I found out how to fix the stock ones though, because the plates that they use to mount on the transmission are real thin, and with everything that flexes around, they crack, and then the whole thing wants to fall out. So I got some really thick ass washers stuffed in there on the bolts, and that spreads the load enough to not crack them. So yeah, stock one works for now. Yeah, like I said, so wait, you played the whole song and just added a little something at the end, or just a bit of it, but added some stuff? Alice in Chains, that one, they get picked up a lot. They're the company that, whatever the hell you want to call that, their legal company really comes after Alice in Chains songs. I think the worst ones though are Ozzy Osbourne songs. If you get caught with an Ozzy song, you can't monetize the video at all. It actually they block the video in some countries. So whoever company owns them, don't get caught with them in the background. Found that out the hard way. But luckily that YouTube algorithm thing most of the time can mute the song enough to get you by. Yeah, I'm sure that the streamy stuff was, I don't know what is and isn't allowed in chat, but so this is my first time on the streaming end. I watch streamers all the time, but I figure I'll fuck around and see what it's like on the other end for once. So there we go. That's the first REM V5.3 ready to go out into the world. Oh shit, I need to order more shipping boxes. I only got 20 of those things left. said, man, trying to keep stock of the 50 billion things you need, it's rough. But luckily, the post office, you can order those to your house for free. You just have to wait a freaking week for them to show up. You can buy 25 packs. I usually order like 100 at a time, so that should do it. Actually got a few viewers here. Anyone new? I'm just putting together some orders, getting some stuff shipped out. Business as usual. So if you got any questions or anything, you want to talk about anything, I'm here to shoot the shit with, or just hang out and listen to some tunes. Alright, we got 100 boxes on our way eventually. Boxes. I just remember what I forgot. I need to print out those their shipping spacers. It's not as big of a deal for U.S. shipments, but especially international, those things are like lifesavers. That's what a big stack of boxes look like. Here's the ship. So, more reusing. So, if you guys have ever ordered from DigiKey before, I doubt you have unless you're like a nerd or something, but they always come with all this pre-packed stuff. So this is more things that I get to reuse. So I make a nice little nest for them, wrap them up nice and pretty, and stuff them in the box. Nice and protected, because the post office is mean. The other thing is these priority mail boxes. They come with like glue, like pre-installed, so you can just seal them like that and call it a day. But it's not really the best to rely on, so I actually go the extra mile and put tape on all the open things, because fun fact with these boxes, it's really easy to open them on this area. So if you lift this out and unfold it, you can pop this whole back out. So you can basically open the package without tearing into the package. So I do that a lot when people ship stuff back or something. I'll just pop it open, slip it out, fix it, put it back in, and I'm like, wow, same damn box. Come over here, get our packing tape. That's another thing, like, definitely buy them by the big rolls like this, because when you buy the little ones from the post office, they are way overpriced for how much you get, because they go really fast. It's all about cost effective. Let's see what we got here. I have a good question, or more of a problem. I replaced my distributor recently, top dead center, all that jazz. Starts and idles fine, but at 2000 RPM it misfires and chokes super bad. I replaced because I had a super slight miss at idle. Any idea on what that be? So it was just a distributor. That's all you changed. Didn't change the flex plate or anything else weird with the engine, spark plugs, any of that stuff. Okay. So, and obviously you made sure you were top dead center on the compression stroke. I would assume if that's correct. The other thing is, how did you time it? So by that, so you use the gauge and everything. So the top cylinder 1, top dead center. When you install the distributor, by the time the piston is all the way up at the top, the spark advanced should mean that the distributor is actually a little bit past spark 1. So if you have your spark plug 1 or whatever, the distributor should be a little bit past it in the clockwise direction. So like I'll put a mark on the distributor where the spark plug 1 is. And look at where the rotor sits. So when you put it in and it indexes, it slides into place, the rotor should actually be a little bit past that mark. Because there's another way you can install it where it's like a little bit before the mark, and if that's the case, you might get what you're describing, where the timing's off a little. It'll idle, but when you try to spin it faster, it won't quite catch. So if you watch my stroker install video, about halfway through, I show how that distributor indexing works. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, the next part that's coming out, that's my favorite, the shipping spacers, is I basically just push the printer to the max and say, I don't care what this looks like, just print it as fast as you can. So that's always fun. I think I'll pop out in like 13 minutes. Okay, Twitter number 1. Congratulations, Jacob. You are the first person to receive an REM V5.3. The other part of business is the financial logging. Yeah, that is a real wet dream, going through Excel and keeping track of all your finances to make sure that's good. You really wear a lot of hats when you start your own business. Okay. So, I think it's just Bluetooth, right? Okay. 65. 765. Okay. Excellent. And done. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know how they actually explain it in the manuals or any of that. But I know like a lot of usually Renix people have issues when they try to clock the distributor, and it's like people will get it most of the way right, but it's just making sure that you are advanced. Because the spark plug actually goes off before you hit top dead center. So as long as you know that little tidbit, you should be doing all right. That's the other thing I like of this this laser jet printer. It actually has 2 ports on it, so it's got the bottom tray, which has like a real fat stack of paper, and then the top tray, which you can just slide a piece of paper in. So for me, since I do these shipping labels, you just slide a piece of paper in, and it'll spit through, and it's like, it's so convenient, man. It's the little thing. I love that. And then you spit out a nice little label. I'm not gonna show it to you because that'd be big. No leaks, please. Okay, first one out. That's not bad timing. It's only 3:15. Such is the life of a night owl. Okay. Who is next? Cool. Now I've only got 25 more to go. The manual's like 3 pounds and only has step-by-step text, no patient. Oof. Yeah, that's a little rough. Is it like a full-on factory service manual or something? Because I have I've got the 1990 factory service manual on PDF, and I think that thing's like near 1,000 pages. I could definitely see that being pretty thick. Oh, neat. Yeah, I think I've been on Car Diagnosed once or twice. I don't remember if I've ever actually gotten a manual off of it, because I feel like it's either like through a paywall or like kind of sketchy or something, but I feel like I've definitely heard of the site before. Let's see what we got now. Grandfather worked for a Jeep dealership since the 70s. Very cool. My hookup from that. Aha. Yeah, that's the big thing, man. Like, a lot of this stuff is out of date. Like, no one cares about it anymore. So if you can get your hands on that stuff, it's really cool. There's one guy that actually sent me some of his old manuals that were just kind of sitting around. It's awesome. I'd love to digitize them at some point, put them into PDFs and send them out. But that's a project for another day. I'd like to learn more about this whole streaming thing. I wonder what kind of information I can find out without breaking this. Share, save, mute. What is this button? Oh, you can add filters. Gross. No, thank you. I'm really surprised you can't like click on this for stats. Is there like a swipe feature? Or a swipe? No. Okay, well, I tried. This one's that ship, that spacer coming out. Doing that. Putting on that. Okay, cool. This getting number 2. Just a plain Jane, nice and simple. Thanks for the info and the REM. Gotta clean up my mess of tools and get to bed. Yeah, I feel that. Tools are always a mess, but yeah, thanks for hanging out, man. It was a pleasure. Thanks for keeping me company. Exactly. Sometimes to find OEM parts in the storage and hook it up. Wow. I got an OEM underhood magnet light. Oh, really? They only got a 5-foot though? I mean, listen. I think the one I got goes like 15. Like, I remember like when my buddy finally saw it, like, man, this thing is so cool. They're gonna pull the whole thing out. Like, oh, it doesn't retract. So you have to sit there and freaking fish the damn thing back in. But yeah, that bulb is like I wouldn't mind replacing it with an LED, but it's just, it's so outdated. What I'd rather do, again, this is one of those like fun projects, would be, I still have a couple of those rock lights left over, and I want to mount them to the top of the hood, so that they point down, because, oh my god, dude, that's like a spotlight, like a stage. That would be really cool to hook them up, because, so I think that there is a tilt switch in the hood flipper flopper, so, yeah, you know when you're off-road, that might trigger. So I guess the bootleg way to do it is you get one of those, like a limit switch that sticks up and gets pushed down by the hood. So when you open the hood, the light turns on. But, like a really bright underhood light would be really cool. Question needs to hurry up. Let's see what else we got here. Who's next? Another simple one. Okay. 76%. We might be able to get a third one out. Hey, hey. It's my favorite part. Burning through these damn orders. I hate when the list is super long. Like, I appreciate the orders, but it just eats at my soul seeing that number just grow and grow. Let's see, yeah. You got an LED from mine off Amazon. If you look at the GE and 90 LED, it should come up. You just have to make sure you got an auto one and a ring one. Oh, neat. So it's probably like the bulb styles of GE90. Oh, yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, look at that. You can get one for 88 cents. I don't know if it's exactly the right one, but... yeah, it might be something to look into. .330. Got most of the stuff done I wanted to do. Let's see, when's the next Nifty shifter come up? Yeah, that one's kind of far away. Jeez. This list is getting kind of big. I want to do rock lights for my interior lights. Oh my god. The previous owner gutted all the wiring for domes. Just come over at storage bot. Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. Like, yeah, like the overhead consoles, but like as storage. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, like the rock light one that I got, they're really freaking bright. Like, I'm impressed. They'd probably be kind of painful if you're using them as like interior lights. It'd be nice to dim them down or something, but I've thought about doing LEDs inside. It's one of those like silly things. Like, it would take you 5 minutes to research it. I just haven't gotten around. Get another print. So here's some brand new technology hot off the presses. So this right here is a shipping spacer that we put over top of the screen. So that way when it ships, because these buttons stick out a little bit, and I've actually had issues where like the shipping was so rough that it actually broke the buttons or damaged the screen. So what this does is it fits over top like a little cap, so it can't crush the buttons, and it should protect the screen. So if the post office can break this, you know, they probably ran it over like a truck or something. There's not really much I can do at that point. I thought about doing like cardboard rolls or something to give it rigidity, but there's, you know, there's only so much shit you can do, man. That's a nice little change there. Just make them last a little longer. Look at that, beautiful. Get to send another one elsewhere. It's a beautiful sight. can't even get head gaskets shipped with the... Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, I've seen just about everything the post office can throw at me, so I'm hoping that these last a little better. Shipping spacer, bubble wrap, and then we got extra packing material, and then to secure the box, we go past what the regular glue does, and we tape all the corners. So hopefully they stay a little more rigid, and it also keeps peepers from getting into the box unless they really mean business. You learn a lot over the years. This tip was originally given to me from Rafi at K Suspension, because when I sent him a scanner, he's like, man, you really got to put some tape on these things. Like, it might work now, but wait until you start shipping hundreds of them. Be amazed what the post office does to these boxes. Alright, that is 2 off the books. Alright. 82% on that case. Still like an hour and a half left. I guess I could try and work out some screens. Do that in the background. Okay, so let's go through the list here. Okay, number 1. That's 4,400. Okay, so we have a red push button. I actually built that one already, so that one is done. There we go. Okay. Who is next? Go. Alright. In the Marines, I managed to acquire some Humvee dome lights, but they're stupid bulky and produce like no light. Well, I mean, you know, what do you expect for military tech, you know? You know, military grade sounds really cool until you've actually been in the military and you're like, ooh. They look cool though, so I'm tied between good looks and functionality. Well, you know, get a little creative in there. I guess it depends how overbuilt they are, but knowing me, if they were just LED chips or something, you just switch the chips for something brighter. They're not like 24 volt or anything, right? It's definitely like a 12 volt thing. I'd assume if it was the wrong voltage, it wouldn't even turn on, but... What was I looking at? Okay. 4430. Okay, next one. We have a... Oh, you bastard. He doesn't want to switch. So... not sure what to do about that. Like, I don't feel like modifying it, cutting it down to size. Huh. That's a good question. So, yeah, like, I don't know. If they don't get a switch, like, I guess I should still include the dimmer part. So it would look a little off-center, I guess, because the screens aren't perfectly straight. I wonder if I should include the LED, though. Like, you could hook it up if you wanted to, like, you could tie it to the manual switch if you wanted to see it turn on and off at least. I guess that's better than nothing. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Okay. So now we get to see what it looks like when we switch gears. So this is the Nifty Shifter Junior screens. So I needed these quick and in a hurry, so I actually ordered the boards bigger, and I'm actually putting all these little doodads on myself. It's not too bad for smaller boards like this. I can get them done relatively quick. So he wanted a green. Gotta keep things organized so you can find them. Alright, what do we got? MK19, and it goes click, and something falls off, and you're like, guess I know. Oh, there's more to this message. I see. Right about that. Everything in the military seems like someone fixed it just enough to where when you get it, it breaks. Yep, and you're on the hook. Yeah, yep, that's always the fun part. Fix it just enough so it's not your fault anymore. I've personally been in the military, but I could put the dots together. Hopefully this isn't super loud or annoying. It's another thing, making all these products, a lot of these things need some final tuning and adjustment, so the one nub on this jack interferes with the screen a little bit, so I'm going to file it down a little. I picked the screen, I didn't fix it. I didn't do that part yet. Come on. Okay. Well, for the four of you that are still possibly still watching. So... actually, so yeah, I forgot. I baked these, but I didn't actually check them yet. So there are a couple shorts I gotta fix on that too. So that'll be fun. But we got another part. So Which ship that are you? Oh, alright, this is the iron we can't ship yet because the case isn't done. Okay, back to business. Alright, let's see. I enjoyed the stream, by the way. Looking forward to the next one. Alright, thanks for hanging out, Billy. I'll probably do this again. It's something interesting to do. See you around, brother. And then there were 3. Okay, so I actually made this tool myself. I don't know what it was originally, but it's got like a little curve to it. So I followed it down to a point, and I use this to cut into the circuit boards. So a lot of the times I'll get a trace wrong, or I have to do something and modify these after the fact. So I use this, and what you do is you delicately scrape the silk screen off of the circuit board. So what you're doing is revealing the copper underneath that trace. So you scratch it just enough to get to the copper, and then with a little flux and some solder, you can solder to it. So I would need a freaking microscope to show you what the hell I'm doing here. But basically, I'm soldering, like I'm jumping from a nearby trace over to a pin on one of these surface mount things. So yeah, I can't really show you because it won't focus, but it's, yeah, very delicate stuff. Definitely don't want to mess up. That's kind of another reason I'm glad that, like, this is why prototyping is really, really important, because like you'll go through a design and you look at it, it seems pretty good on paper, but then you finally use it in the real world and find out it doesn't quite work how you want it. So you have to learn how to get creative and make it work. So it's really cool because on the what I did, this is for the dimming circuit. I got the polarity backwards, so where the 12 volt and the ground goes in, I got them reversed. So what I'm doing is I'm able to cut the ground trace on one side and actually jumper over to 12 volts that was nearby on the voltage regulator. And for the other side, the 12 volt isn't even hooked up technically because it goes through a jumper, so I'll just leave the jumper off. And I can scratch through on the ground plane on the other side. And this, you probably can't actually see it. I wish I could get you the focus, but like on this pin up here, I'm scratching away the green part to show the copper, and we'll solder from there to there. So that's our little homemade jumper. And the other fun part is I have to sit here and I have to clean up these pins. They're too fine. They're really fine pitch. So when I was doing the solder mask, it wasn't like a perfect job. So some of the pins are shorted. So we take some of this solder flux, this magic juice, and we spray it on there. Splooge it on. Bigger the gob, the better the job. And we'll just hit them real quick and make sure that nothing's touching. This is my nice little solder fume sucker right here. It's just 2 PC fans that I wired up to a 12 volt wall wart. So that sucks all the bad smoke on there. Helps to have a really clean tip when you do this too, because if there's any extra solder, you'll end up just bridging the pins again. This is another reason why I don't like to do my own SMD assembly, because I don't really have the stuff to do this really well. Because the better you can place your solder paste from the stencil, the better this turns out. So if you're messy with it, you get all these bridges all the time, and you gotta clean it up after the fact. So we fix those, then we'll go in here, and we'll touch up that new trace that we made. So we're adding solder. And we'll jump that over if it'll fit. Trying to bridge the gap can be difficult sometimes, but I think we got it there. And just to make sure, got a nice little multimeter behind you. Hopefully this beep isn't really loud. But we'll check for continuity. Okay, for the one of you that just tuned in, I'm currently working on Nifty Shifter Junior display boards. Just making sure that everything's wired up properly. Just getting some orders out. Okay, cool. We got continuity there. Excellent. So we're getting some REM shipped out. Everything's looking pretty good. Got any questions or anything? Feel free to ask. Otherwise, you know, just hang out, listen to some tunes or something. Hey, guess apparently lost Wi-Fi. What's up, 4G? Swear to God, Comcast always has to frickin' restart my internet. That is one of the downsides of being a night owl. Everyone thinks they can update their shit and turn everything off. What the hell am I supposed to do? This Pandora's probably gonna quit out soon. So, if anyone says anything, hopefully I catch it. Okay. So, if you're new here, welcome to me fucking around with some circuit boards, getting them ready for some shipping. Right now we're working on Nifty Shifter Junior displays that need a little bit of mod work to work correctly, so I didn't get them wired up right the first time. If you've ever heard the expression sorting the pepper from the fly shit, that's pretty much what we're doing here. This stuff is damn near microscopic. There's too much damn solder now. We must wick it away. Damn, it's really down now. Come on. Give Wi-Fi, please. This one. Oh, okay. So that one works, but the other one doesn't? Really? Okay. Alright, we're going to switch again real quick. Hopefully we stay with me. Are we still live? Cool. Alright, look at that. Thank you. YouTube. First time streaming right now, so just trying something new. Figure if people want to chat or just see what the heck I've been up to. I haven't been able to upload real videos, so I figure this is the next best thing. It's a lot less effort anyway. Trying to bridge this damn gap. This thing is... Oh, I think we got it. Just needs a hope and a prayer. Okay, get ready for a little beep. Hopefully we get a beep anyway. Beeps are good. Yay! Okay, awesome. I wish I could show you in a little more detail what I'm actually doing, but it won't focus. But this is the board that we're putting together right now, making sure it works. Yeah, I don't think I can focus on live stream, but there's a trace that we're trying to bodge together to make a circuit work. So always fun when you don't get it right the first time. Okay, so that part is good now. We can continue. Got any questions or anything? Feel free to ask. I don't mind chatting. Got some 3D printers going in the background, getting some orders out, all that fun stuff. Yay, printer's done. We'll get more parts. It's like Christmas Day every couple hours. So this right here is a shipping space I've designed to try and save my scanners, because the post office is really mean. It likes to break stuff. So when the case is on, this will fit over the display and the buttons to make sure they don't get squished. Just waiting on a case. We almost got one done, so I'll be able to do something with that soon. In the meantime, let's put some of these together. So now we can put on our display. So we got the jack on there. So that's what it'll look like. Nice little 7-segment display. Oh, is this not the board? Oh, this wasn't the one that I fixed. Fuck. Might have to break out the hot air gun for that one. Damn it. Oh, anyways. Alright, yeah, these ones, I actually had to build these boards, and these smaller chips over here are really fine pitch. So, they don't always, like sometimes there's little solder gaps. So you have to run through them a second time. With some flux to clean them out. But once the jack is on, you can't really reach it, so we'll have to use the hot air gun. So that thing's kind of fun. I'll show you that in a second. Let's see if we got anything else here. So that was Mr. Michael. Okay. else we got? Okay, next one is Sean. 4445. So, alright, remember, green and no switch for that one. So this one is 4445. And this one is, it is a red toggle. Okay, red toggle. We can do red toggle. Cool. Let's go get a red toggle. So, got a nice little red display here that we're going to put on that bad boy. So let me just double check how much we can do. So this one we fluxed and cleaned out, so that's good. So make sure to align it. I made sure when I did the silk screen there is a, hard to tell, there's a decimal point there, so make sure it's lined up right. You don't want to put that on backwards. Okay. And do a solder job. So for any newbies here, I am putting together some Nifty Shifter Junior 7-segment displays. Trying to get some orders out. We got REMs going in the background. I've got 2 3D printers running to try and get some cases done. I got lots of orders to fill. So welcome to my world. You got any questions or anything you'd like to ask? Feel free. Come on, bite. Okay, there we go. So, let's see if I can remember that, but this is now a red display. So we just gotta put a toggle on there. Okay, so another fun thing with giving people all the options is you need to make sure you have all the options in stock. So we've got our little dinky toggle switches here on, and they wanted red, so we had a matching red LED. Okay. Now the other one is just green. So this one gets green. Sensors. So these ones are fancy dancy. They got some auto dimmers in there, and they run off light sensors. So that's what these little dinky guys are. So that's a light sensor. So that way when it gets dark, they dim, so they're not blinding your eyes. Not that they're really bright anyway, but I figured it was a cool feature. So for that, we get an print. There we go. That is fresh off the presses. That's a nice 3D print. You'll notice that there's kind of like a glue residue that comes from the 3D print bed. But I've got a hot air gun, so we can run over that and make that beautiful and original again. case you want to see what I'm actually doing over here. Show you the 3D printer. Try to scrape off the brim. It helps to prime the nozzles, because when they first start up, the plastic isn't quite ready to go. So you got to print a little bit of extra crap to get them primed up. The problem is it's really small. It doesn't like to come off the bed. So we just scrape it until it's dust. Normally I don't like to use the brim style, but since I'm printing dual color and I actually need the secondary color to print first, I have to do that to trick the thing to print quick. That's another 2 hours for that damn thing to go. Over here. Okay, so we're gonna rotate this down a little bit. So that's over there. Okay, back to what we were doing. So, you need to fix this one. So there's some little tiny bridges we need to fix. Okay, keep going. So we're going to take some flux here and put this on these pins. So what this does is it makes the, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but it makes the solder flow a lot nicer. It's like a protective barrier. So it makes the solder real flowy. And then we can work with it. So this is a hot air gun, and it literally, it's like an overpowered hairdryer. And it blasts really hot air at these things to melt the solder, and then we can do things with them. So I'll get that on the shirt. So what we're doing here is heating this up and taking the chip off and just kind of jiggling it until the to see if I can get the solder to go where it needs to. I forgot to clean up the solder joints before I put it all together, so oops. Yeah, alright, so we're gonna have to touch that up manually. So I'll just leave that one there, I'll check this one. Okay. And while we got this running, as a little bonus feature, let's see if I can watch the magic. That's so nice and pretty. Okay. See if I can lick that solder away, clean that up, and put it all back together. The crap scene. Alright, so this up. So this is a very fine, delicate work here. So what I'm doing is trying to suck the solder off of the pins and drag them down. I think they call that drag soldering. It's kind of like the poor man's version of wicking. I do have wick if I need it, but There we go, nice and clean. Beautiful. Okay. So that's all nice and pretty. So now we can go back to the hot air and put it all back. I got this metal plate here to keep my desk from burning because this gets really hot. Beautiful. Back to good again. So we'll let that cool down and then we can put it together. So I don't remember which one is green and which one is red. I'm pretty sure the G is green and the E is red. Let's find out. That's easy enough. The G is indeed green. So, of course, I accidentally covered the port I need. Clean that up. So this guy did not want a switch. Sorry for portrait mode, but it's the only way I can show my face and what I'm doing at the same time. Not a professional streamer just yet. So this right here is a solder sucker. You basically just get it real hot and suck. I have to hold that down. I haven't seen any of these third hands before. These things are super helpful. You should hold the damn thing so you can try and do what you're trying to do. I'm actually going to add a little extra, so I actually have something to grab here. There we go, nice and clean. Okay. So now then, back to what we were supposed to do. LED and a light sensor. Isn't it beautiful? Okay. And we're just going to jam that in this case so that we know it's at the right depth. Okay, nice snap fit. So you can see the little LED sticking out there, and the light sensor kind of just hangs out over there. So that holds it in place so that we can solder. And I set these boards up kind of cool. So the color LED actually changes the resistance requirement. So I actually have two resistors in parallel, and I can effectively turn one of them on or off with a jumper that I set. So I set the jumper for green, and we should have a working display now, so we can plug that in and test that in a bit. So pop that one out, and build the next one. Beautiful. So this one is red, and we've got a toggle switch. So toggle, red, and light sensor. This one's going to be a little trickier because this LED just kind of wants to pop out. So what we're going to do, add a little bit of scotch tape so that everything doesn't come flying out of there. So now we can push it and it'll stay. Hopefully. I don't want that popping out. And we solder. Alright, beautiful. Okay, but we're not done just yet. Oh, that's a lot. Okay. So, still to finish up this bodge with that ground. Case is just a little tight. Are you serious? Come on. Won't you come, mate? Okay. Come on, you little bastard. Okay. So the last little bit. Clip those legs first. Get some nice quality side cutters. These things are great. I kind of abused them a little bit so the tips aren't super sharp, but they still get the job done. And now for that piece of resistance. So these light sensors, I have to gap this little bridge that I made to finish the circuit. So I take our handy dandy flux out again. No flux given. And we'll jump that and we should be set. Probably need my little grabber guy. Hard part is trying to jump this gap because the flux, I guess a better way to describe it was maybe it lowers the surface tension, I guess, so it wants to ball up. So you have to basically use the flux to coat the bare copper and then hope that enough of it burns off so that you can then jump the gap. So you kind of use it until you don't. And this is a bodge right here because I got the circuit backwards. Oh yeah, that's beautiful. Look at that. Alright. Very nice, very pretty. Okay, so if I didn't blow anything up or put anything on wrong, and we should be ready to plug this in. Okay, who wants to see if this blows up?
I do.
So, we've got our little test jack over here. Plug that on. Hook this up to 12 volts. Printer's dead again. Alright, very important, make sure the gators don't touch. That'd be a bad day. Okay, are you ready? Let's see if this works. And yes, look at that. Alright, so we got our little toggle switch over here. Turn that on and off. And then we got our display. So I don't know if you can make that out. It actually turns on and off really quickly. Alright, so a very interesting trick with a 7-segment displays is contrast. It is extremely important for these, so you can actually read the damn thing. So what you do is you put a tint on it so that you don't get the reflection of the case, like the background, so all you see is the number. So, the problem is this thing flicks so fast, like I don't know if I can get it to do it. Yeah, you see that? Right down. So it's not a huge change, but I figure it's a nice little feature to add. Alright, so this one works. Let's check the other one. This one is green. And oh shit. That's not good. So that just popped a fuse. Or not a fuse, there's a circuit breaker on this thing, which is really cool. So apparently we got something backwards or shorted. Oopsies. Okay, well I'll have to debug that and see what the heck I got wrong there. This is why we test. I won't be really upset if I didn't cut that trace all the way. I gotta tend to the printer real quick. Love us some shipping spacers. Gotta keep them safe. Okay, so who wants to bet that these two are shorted together? Time to get our BB bits and find out. Okay, so what we're doing here is we're testing to see, because one of the bodges I had to do is we're changing the 12 volt and ground direction. So what I want to make sure is that these are actually properly separated, because they might not be. So, okay, we're going to go from this pin to this pin. Okay, so we have a connection to 12 volt. Now the other thing we need to check is if we have a connection to ground. So that's the bad beep. That's the beep we don't want. So what that means is that the trace that I thought that I cut is not properly cut. So now, I don't know if I'll be able to reach into there. Worst case scenario, we can just pull that chip off so I get more access. I'd really like to not, but well, we might have some room. Oh, she's gonna be a tight one. Come on. Alright. Yeah. Of course, the one frickin' board I didn't test. Always test before you put it together, dummy. Okay. Test number 2. Oh, come on. That's not the. Oh, wait. I don't think that's a ground. Hold on. I'm pretty sure that's 12 volt, actually. Oh. Okay, so that's ground, so we can test from here then. Okay. Alright. So. Wait. That's good. That's not. Okay. Alright, let's give this a shot. So if I turn this on, are we good? No, why get no power? Hopefully that's it. Yay, okay, cool. Not totally dead. So, actually, hello, I could do a quick test. So what, well, no, that's what I did do. Yeah, so if we're testing, one of the big things that you can try when debugging a circuit is checking your continuity between, like your power rail and ground. So right now we have a 12 volt rail, and we have ground, and we're not getting a beep. So these are not shorted together, so that is a good sign. So hopefully it doesn't blow up this time, question mark. Yay, look at that. Alright, check it out. So that is the green. Show you that one is dim, so it looks a little better. So let's see if we can get our, yeah, see? Okay, that's the bright, dark, bright, dark, bright, dark. Auto dim, baby. Cool. Alright, so our screens are now viewed. In the meantime, though, we can ship another REM because we finally got a case, right? Yes, half an hour. Come on, 5 o'clock somewhere. In case you're curious, I'm East Coast, so it's a little late. So if I recall, our next order is really easy. I sure hope so. Okay. Mr. Tire. Yep, just a standard REM, no fancy business. My favorite. Alright, so this is our main board here. We're just going to pop that bad boy on. So this is the 3D printed case we just made, but let's see if we got enough slack here. I don't know. The assembler that I had, they put this this light sensor really tight in there. I don't think it's going to work for me. Oh, you bastard. Oh, wait, we might. Oh, she's just fitting, boys. Just barely fitting. Maybe. I don't know. That's a little sketchy. I don't like that. Let's see if I can see if I can open that up a little bit. Fuck. Sorry. You're trying to listen to something peaceful and I'm making noise. What the hell is my problem? Okay. Got any questions or suggestions or just want to shoot the shit? Feel free as well. These comms are open. So, we're going to do a little left-handed business here. I'll add a little flux to make my life easier. So let's see that. Actually get you in the shot so you can see, maybe. If not, just use your imagination. Probably just as good. So what I'm doing here is trying to free up this pin and pull it out a little bit. There we go. Cool. Same on the other side. Beautiful. Look at that. Piece of cake. So what we just did is we added a little bit of slack to our light sensor over here so we can actually fit the damn thing in the case. Alright. So, test number 2. If it fits, it chips. Full load, flat rate. Oh yeah. Get in there, you. Oh, come on. How's the LED not want to go on right? It's always something, isn't it? Okay, let's try that again. Make sure it all lines up. God. This uses press fit tabs, and apparently sometimes they're a little tight. Still trying to adjust the case so that it's strong but still smooth. Third time's the charm? Question mark? There we go. Okay. Beautiful. Come on. There you go. Oof, got a tight one there, boys. Okay. Slap the door on the back. And would you look at that? It almost looks like a real product now, huh? Ain't that cool? So, in case you missed, this is what the other printer is printing out. These are shipping spacers to protect my little babies from the mean postmen that like to throw the packages around and step on them. So this will keep the buttons from getting squished and maybe, just maybe, give the screen a fighting chance. Cool. Almost done. I gotta cut some more bubble wrap. My favorite. Alright, this will most likely be, yeah, this is probably going to be the last one I get out tonight, so I might call it kind of soon. So, if you've been holding out, speak now or forever hold your peace. And I'm not kidding when I'm adding all these protective layers. Okay. This bit a little bit. So, get an instruction manual, get our scanner, 10-foot Ethernet to actually use the damn thing. Can't forget the adapter. Everyone's freaking asleep at 5 in the morning. Who would have figured, huh? Oh well. That's usually how it goes. Nice and peaceful this time of night, you know? No one bothers you. You just get to sit back and do what you do. Okay, so that is part 2. And I'll take this and... Okay, well, that. In case you're curious where I've been all this time and what the heck I do, this is it. Business. Did we lose? Are we still here? Okay. Nice unpacked. We thought we were done here. Not just yet. Okay, so now the final layer of protection. A little bit of packing tape to hold it all together. Beautiful. Now that one's all safe and ready to go. Yay. Get this printed on. Excellent. Make sure to log all my orders. Make sure all the financial crap is happy. That's another fun one. I'm real comfortable with Excel. That is 3 of them I can do. Not half bad. Alright, I'm pretty well drained, so I think we're going to be ending soon. So I think that was a pretty interesting night. You know, I kind of expected it to die out. I was impressed people stayed as long as they did, but, you know. Thanks for watching and seeing what the heck I do. Alright, look at that. We actually got all the May orders. Now we're only up to June. Alright. Let's write these down real quick and then I think we'll call it. So, got any last words? Speak them now. Should we keep track of everybody? Before I send boxes out, I like to save just the town that it's going to. And I put that all into like a big ass map. So I can look through and see where all my orders went. It's actually really cool to see all the pins just like all over the place, especially when I get freaking international orders. Really cool to see all the hot spots where all the popular things are. See where all the Jeep people exist. The hell kind of town is this? Londonderry. That sounds like a made-up name. Londonderry. Yeah. Yay. Okay, cool. Alright, well that will do it. So, that is not happening. Damn, 6 hours, bro. Well, we might as well go the whole 6, huh? We got a couple more minutes. I'll be nice and play the end of Metallica for you at least. I can't skip Metallica. guess you get something cool to look at. I don't know if the printer is exciting, but see that thing going. Alright, and with that, I think we'll call it a night. So, for everyone still hanging on, thanks for sticking around. This was my first stream, so I figured I'd try it out and just see what I thought. So, yeah. Alright, take it easy, y'all. Until next time.